Morning, today is the 15th day of November. Welcome to Morris County Municipal Court. I'm Judge Capper. We have a really big docket, so be patient. We'll get to your case. Reviews are first, so people that have reviews need to be in the courtroom, not out in the lobby or out in front of the courthouse. Get in here. If you don't show up, you're going to sit until the end of the court docket before you get hurt. When your name's called, come up to the table to your right. I'm going to review your file with you, what progress you're making on your court orders. Call the reviews.
Henry Bailey II, Jeanette Boyd, Joseph Carter, Jennifer Cooper, David Fetty, Sherry Fraley, Charles Frick, Connor Harrison.
Henry Bailey II, 09309. Henry Bailey II. It's been called, does not appear, it will be a warrant issued. Jeanette Boyd, 202482. It's been called, does not appear, it will be a warrant issued. Joseph Carter, 24584. It's been called, does not appear, and hasn't done anything on this case. Be a benchmark issue. Jennifer Cooper, 231127, 23506. She's here. She's at Lawrence County Recovery. And for 3-day program. And our RRS otherwise. Okay, they say you basically finished up, but you're going to continue to do some additional work and engage in MAT, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, good job. You're doing well. And you're scheduled, I guess, when will you, it's in January, I see, January 23rd, you'll do this.
Your Honor, she's also going to make a payment on her fines December 3rd.
Okay. All right. Good work. Since you're going to the dip school in January, I'll set you for after that. So let's set it for the 31st of January. It'll be your next hearing. January 31st, 9 o'clock.
Thank you,
You
Your Honor.
got, reminder, you got, oh, you've almost got all your community service done.
I have 1 day left, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay. Get that done and you can finish up your file pretty soon.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. David Fetty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
David Fetty, 24140, 231820. It's called, has not appeared. Would be a warrant issued. Sherry Fraley, 24255. Has not done anything on her case and hasn't appeared, so she gets a warrant failure here. Charles Frick.
Your Honor, he was in the office yesterday. He was aware of this court date, but he has not shown up.
Okay. Well, it sounds like he's doing okay in treatment, right?
He is, correct.
All right, I'll give him 7 days to get in here before the warrant issues, so.
All right, thank you, Your
You will
Honor.
let him know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Connor Harrison. 24813. Okay, everything's done except community service?
Yep. Yeah, I have a couple more hours, I believe.
Okay, so let's get that finished up. I'll set you for January the 10th. If you haven't finished by then, you don't have to come back.
Sounds good.
9 o'clock, January 10th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gary Cassey, Whitney Morris, John Scott Pfeiffer, Christopher Roadcap, Chastity Seckman, Amber Stevenson, Sarah Woods.
Gary Kazee,
Yes, sir.
14309, 16166. Okay. What are you gonna do on your cases?
I like to pay $40 on the,
Okay, that'll go on the oldest case. And you're supposed to,
Your Honor, he was assessed on 1110 and no services were recommended.
okay. All right, see the clerk to make your payment.
okay.
It's to the right as you leave the courtroom. I'll set your next hearing for December 16th at
Okay.
9 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. See the clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Whitney Morris. Whitney Morris is 222575. All she has left, well, I don't think she's done the driver intervention for her, but she has $100 left. She's done her community service and paid her fine. And she hasn't appeared, so it'll be a warrant issue for failure to appear. John Scott Pfeiffer,
Yes, sir.
am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes. Surprisingly, no one ever does.
Okay. Okay, well, I understand, I get a lot of capers.
I get Piffer, Pfeiffer.
Well, we've had a Supreme Court justice that was named Pfeiffer, so the P was silent, so I wasn't sure. In Ohio Supreme Court justice.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't you though, was it?
No.
I didn't think so. I knew him. Okay, you've got community service left to do, you've paid your fine.
Yes, sir.
When can you do your community service?
I have a question on that. Can I do that anywhere? As long as they're like accredited or whatever?
No, you can't do it anywhere, you have to get it approved by the court. Where are you living?
I live in Huntington, but I have a church that I did community service hours not too long ago for them, but I wasn't sure if I could do that with them or not. They do different things.
Your Honor, I'd have to get some information about it before I would approve.
Okay, Mr. Cooper is in charge of community service, so you can talk to him about it. I prefer you do it here. We have community service here, and you're in Huntington, so it's not that far. It takes some convincing to be able to do it anyplace else. It's just 5 days, and you can do it any day of the week except Sunday. Here at 7:30 a.m. Okay, I'll set your next hearing. This is a fairly new case, and you have paid your fine, so I'm going to go into January for your next hearing. So let's make it January 17th.
Yes, sir.
So I'm giving you a couple months. Get it done, you don't have to come back. Just get your community service done, that'll finish you up.
Yes, sir.
Any questions? January 17th, you can write it down. There's a little form there in the basket that you can put your next hearing date on. January 17th. Christopher Roadcap. 23646. 21 and 1172. You have done some community service since your last hearing.
I'll be out in just a minute.
You still have some left to do on the 23 case number. You have a payment on your fines today.
No, sir.
Okay, we'll keep working community service. I'll set your next hearing for December 16th. December 16th, 9 o'clock.
No good.
Chastity Seckman. Good morning. 23, 688, 689, what do you do to your hand?
I had an infection that started in my feet,
Oh,
and I've been in the hospital for the last, well, since the last time I was here, 2 days after I was in the hospital, and they had to do surgery on my hand. And
well, I'll give you some more time to get this done.
please,
I'll set you for January 17th also, give you a couple months.
thank you,
January 17th will be your next hearing at 9 o'clock.
thank you.
You're welcome. Amber Stevenson, 24,386. She's at OVP and inpatient. Okay, so it looks like there's been some issues, and you got a child custody case, is that in West Virginia, or
Excuse me,
Cabell County is where your child custody case is?
it's in Wayne County.
Wayne County, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to order that you do aftercare, so it's not up to you, it's up to me, and I'm ordering that you do aftercare when you leave OVP. And I think you actually have a facility in Wayne County, don't you?
We only have outpatient offices elsewhere, but she's being recommended for long-term treatment by CPS and by OVP.
Okay, so,
She's having a hard time accepting that though at this point.
well, that kind of ups the ante. I mean, if you want to get your, how many kids do you have?
I just have a daughter. It's
One.
it's just hard because I've never been away from her.
Yeah, but, I mean, the people that are making the call on this is Child Protective Services in West Virginia, and they want you to do long-term treatment, not just 30 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I've been contacted by Wayne County CPS, and they're concerned that she's not taking the recommendation seriously, and they want to stress that they recommend that she does the inpatient, long-term inpatient treatment.
Okay.
I think
Well, I don't know how can you fight that? I mean, do you have a lawyer over in West Virginia that's representing you?
No.
Okay.
I don't think she understands that if she doesn't follow the recommendation they've put on her, that she will not get her child back. I think she thinks there's a way around that, and there's just not. And I can understand how that would be hard to accept, but she's gonna have to follow the recommendation in order to be compliant with them and everything to work out in her favor.
I would think so too. I mean, they've got custody of your child. They're making calls on this. I mean, at least they're making recommendations to the judge. The judge is probably going to follow their recommendations. So, you know, I'm looking at your screen that you had just last month when you came in here. It was pretty dirty. So we sent you to OVP, and here's the thing. They're saying that's not enough, that you need to do more than 30 days. And if we want to get your kid back, you pretty much got to do what they say. So I'm going to make it an order too that you do, you know, if Children's Services is requiring it, it's in your interest to do that. I would think that you're entitled to get a lawyer representing you in your child custody case. You've never had a lawyer appointed for you in that?
No, sir.
Have they, what's the status of that? Are they threatening to terminate your parental rights?
Yeah, I've never had a lawyer. My ex has a paid lawyer, and I haven't been to court yet, family court. And I still have, I guess, 50-50, but they are threatening that if I do take to go get Lily, that they're going to file immediate emergency custody. But her dad has already filed for full custody or modification, so they couldn't step in. But they're trying to push to take Lily, but I mean, as long as I'm clean and I'm doing everything I'm asked, I don't see what the problem is with me, doing the treatment. And I wanted to try to go home, but I understand that they want me to do inpatient.
Is Mr. Smith here? Does he have a case today?
Neither one of them are here, Your Honor.
What about Mr. Starr?
Yes, he is.
Mr. Starr, this is a little unusual, but I know you're a West Virginia lawyer. Do you do custody and post-custody?
I don't do that kind of case.
Okay.
I think Roger does. I'm not 100% sure of that, but he's not here yet. He's not on the docket, I don't believe.
What about Tyler?
I'm almost certain Tyler does not.
Well,
Kimberly McCann does. Allison Hooson does. There's a couple names.
would you, and I'll appoint you for this purpose, you can submit a fee entry. I know I can't appoint you to do a custody case in Wayne County, but this is Amber Stevenson, who had a shoplifting case in my jurisdiction, tested very dirty.
Yes.
And I ordered a treatment. She's at OVP, finishing up there. She has a child custody case in Wayne County, and she doesn't have custody, obviously, of her child.
Right.
Children's Services there is recommending that she continue in some sort of longer-term treatment, not just 30 days in an outpatient, which she's not really wanting to do. It would seem to me that if her parental rights are in danger of being terminated, she has a right to a court-appointed attorney on those issues.
I believe
she doesn't have one.
I believe that's the case, but I think it has to be, I think for there to be a court-appointed attorney, there may have to actually be a motion at that point to terminate rights. So it's just a possibility it may not qualify. I don't know. Like I said, that's not something I do.
Would you mind talking with her and give her some contact information of people who do
I'll
in that court?
I'll try to find a few people for her.
Okay, so he's going to help you try to at least get linked up with someone who may be able to help you in your custody case. But here's the thing. I mean, from the face of what you tested for, you probably need longer-term treatment. And now, with Children's Services going to go into court over there and say, if you don't go to long-term treatment, they're not going to recommend you get your child back. I don't see that you have much of a choice.
Do you have connections to somebody that does longer-term treatment in West Virginia?
Yeah, I'm actually in contact with Project Hope, and I'm supposed to have an assessment done
At 1 o'clock
at 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay. That's an excellent program.
Yeah, that's a really good program.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope that, as long as I'm with my daughter and just doing what I'm supposed to do, I'm just going to be
Well, you got to get clean. That's the bottom line. If you want to get your child back, I mean, and you can understand, the court does not want to have you around the child or be the custodial parent of the child if you're going to be dirty. You were testing for fentanyl. A month ago, you were testing positive for fentanyl.
those are false positives.
Well, I don't know if they are or not, but that's very dangerous.
Yeah,
It's
those are.
very common in our community. There's a lot of fentanyl in our community. And if you're getting anything, and that's not the only thing you tested for, you tested for other stuff too.
Right.
So if you take anything from off the street, it could have fentanyl in it.
Your Honor, setting another date back.
Yes, this is just a review hearing.
Oh, it's a
But
review,
I'll
okay.
appoint you if you want to, I think this is very important to get her the help she needs, so. Why don't we do the 9th of December?
I'm not available the 9th. I'm here the 2nd, the 13th, and the 16th.
Let's do the 13th. We'll keep it as, we'll just keep it as review, but I'll make a note that Mr. Steyer's been appointed to represent her on this. And would you like to see the court's file?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to take a look at it, Your Honor.
All right, speak with Mr. Steyer, be back here on the 13th. You got a lot to work on here, so.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your help, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Sarah Woods. Sarah Woods, 22,326, 21,686. Has not finished. As it appeared, there'll be a bench warrant issued.
Your Honor, she's not in the service rules over again.
Okay, that finishes the reviews. We're going to start arraignments now. Anyone that's got an arraignment, that's a new case, need to be in the courtroom now. And listen up, I'm going to explain the rights, and then if you want to leave the courtroom, you can after I explain the rights. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you do make statements, what you say is on the record, and it can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney. You have a right to have one appointed if you can't afford one and you meet the guidelines. You have a right to have bail and to make the state prove any charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. All defendants have those rights. You waive those rights by entering a guilty plea or a no contest plea. Don't enter those pleas if you don't understand what's happening, if you want to talk to a lawyer, if you want a trial on your case, any of those reasons, enter a not guilty plea. That's the safest plea you can enter. Call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Dylan Spence, case number TRC 242330 A&D, Dylan Spence.
Sir, you're Dylan J. Spence?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Spence, it's alleged on November the 10th at 1:09 a.m., Perry Township, you were driving under the influence of alcohol, that you took a breath test and tested 11, almost 12 on the breath test, and this would be the first time you...
Yes, sir.
Well, you've never been convicted of this, so it's a first offense. The penalties go up the more of these you have. So on a first offense, the maximum is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension. That's the most you can get if you're found guilty. There is a minimum, so there's a floor that I can't go below if you're found guilty. That's 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. That's the least you can get if you're found guilty. Now, let's talk about your breath test score. Under Ohio law, if you test 8 or higher on a breath test, there can be a presumption that you're impaired. To get the presumption, the state has to show they complied with the rules for giving the test. If they do that, then you're presumed to be impaired by the fact that you tested more than 8. They're saying you tested 11, almost 12.
Yes, sir.
You understand those things?
Yes, sir.
You've got one other charge, failure to control your vehicle. That's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is a $150 fine. Those are the 2 charges. Do you understand them?
Yes, sir.
Any questions before you enter a plea?
No, sir.
What plea do you wish to enter?
Guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting it's true. You waive your rights to have a trial and have a lawyer when you enter a guilty plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to accept your guilty plea, and I have a report from the arresting officer. I'm going to read that into the record, And then, if you want to make a statement, you can, you're not required to. Okay, the officer says, and this is a State Highway Patrol arrest. Officer says, November 10th, approximately 1:01 a.m., I was dispatched to a single vehicle crash at the intersection of County Road 1 and US 52 eastbound. When I arrived, made contact with the driver. I asked him how the crash occurred. He stated he lost control and slid into the guardrail. Asked him if he was driving too fast, and he stated a little bit. I asked him, where were you headed to? He stated he was going to Tomcats with a couple friends. Tomcats is located in Nashville. I advised him that he was going the wrong way to get to Tomcats. He said I was going to go down through and was going to cut off on the exit. As I was speaking with the driver, I detected a strong odor of alcohol coming from his person. He had bloodshot, watery eyes, and his speech was slurred. Asked him, how much did you have before you got here? And he stated he had a couple beers. I asked the driver, who was later identified as Dylan Spence, if that could be the reason he crashed his vehicle, and he stated, yes, it could be. He stated, I ain't gonna lie to you. Asking him how much is a couple beers, he stated maybe 6. He said he was drinking Bud Light. Asking him if there were any weapons in his vehicle, and he said no. I asked him if he had a driver's license, he said it should be in the vehicle. I walked over to the vehicle, tried to find his license. He was unable to find his wallet. I patted him down for weapons. He said that I couldn't do that. Approximately 1:16, Trooper Jewell arrived, and he took photos and made a field sketch. Mr. Spence, name and date of birth, confirmed he was the registered owner of the vehicle. Horizontal gaze and nystagmus test were performed, that's the eye test. And asked questions if he had any head injuries or any other medical issues that would interfere with it. Ask you to walk a straight line, stand on one leg. You think if you do that? Didn't think you could stand on one leg. There were 6 of 6 clues for alcohol on the eye test. We gave him the walk and turn test, and there was 2 clues for alcohol on that. It was secured in the patrol car, taken to the patrol post, and gave a breath sample, which gave a result of 117. So that's over the per se level. Just given a citation. Okay, any statement or explanation you want to make, sir?
I was going with a friend to the bar, a couple too many drinks. That was my fault, shouldn't have got behind the wheel. I was going to see if I could have permission for my license not to be suspended. I work full-time, take care of 2 kids, and my wife just had surgery.
I can give you, well, here's the way it works in Ohio. I can give you 2 methods of driving. There is going to be a suspension. That's mandatory. There's a 6-month minimum mandatory suspension. I can give you some driving privileges during that suspension, and you don't have to do anything other than have a hard suspension. It's called a hard suspension for the first 15 days. You're not allowed to have any driving privileges for 15 days. Then I can let you drive for special purposes like employment, child care, those sort of things. You have to maintain and prove insurance, which it looks like you do have.
Yes, sir.
The other, I can give you unlimited driving privileges. You can drive for any reason, but what I have to do then is mandate that you put a blow-and-go device on your vehicle, and it costs some money. It's about $1,000.
I totaled my car.
I'm sorry?
It's totaled.
Okay, well, any car that you're going to drive, you would have to have the blow-and-go
Yes,
if you wanted unlimited. So I'll let you do either one. We have very few people that do the blow-and-go because it's It's like $1,000, I think it's actually $1,100 to have it installed, and then you gotta pay a monthly fee to the company. It doesn't come to the court, it goes to this company that monitors it. Or you can have the limited driving privileges for free, and you'll be restricted as to what you can do.
I'll do the limited.
Okay. You'll talk to your probation officer about that. What's gonna happen now, the only problem is you're a Kentucky resident, right?
Yes, sir.
We have very little problems, and you probably won't have a problem with it, but the only people we've ever had a problem with me giving them limited driving privileges are people in Kentucky. You know, we've had people, because you're gonna show up, it's gonna show up in Kentucky, you're suspended for having an OVI in Ohio. You get stopped, that's gonna show on your record in Kentucky. And then you're gonna have a piece of paper, a judgment entry from me saying, yeah, I say you can drive for these reasons. And I've had a few courts in Kentucky say, we don't care what that judge in Ohio says. You're suspended. So, it hasn't been a problem in West Virginia, and it's not a problem in Ohio. So here's what I suggest. Either don't drive, if you really don't want to have a problem, or it's not that hard not to get pulled over. You got to drive within the speed limit, make sure your sticker's up to date, use your turn signal. You know, it's called probable cause. Don't give the cops any probable cause to pull you over and find out you're suspended.
Yes, sir.
Be smart. Use your brain. Okay? Yeah, because a lot of people don't use their brain. You know, they go to Huntington to drink. People from Ashland go to Huntington to drink, and then they're coming back on US 52 at 1 o'clock in the morning, going 70 miles an hour and 55. That's not using your brain.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, so on your OVI, the more you test, the more higher I make the fine. I think that's fair. So you're not extremely high, but you're well over the per se. So I'm going to make it $550 as your fine. Court costs, your license suspension started on the 10th for 6 months. 20 days in jail, which I'll suspend all that on the condition you do the other things. So I don't want you to go to jail. You don't have to go to jail as long as you do the stuff you're ordered to do.
Okay.
You know, and it's not going to go away. I have people that say they're going to do everything, they walk out of here and don't do anything, and then they wind up getting arrested and going to jail, and they act surprised. Just do what you're supposed to, and you'll never have to go back inside of jail.
Yes, sir.
You got 5 days community service. We got a community service program here. You can do it on your days off, as long as you get a day off, Monday through Saturday. We'll work around your work schedule. You can talk to your probation officer about that. You'll be on probation for 2 years or until you finish everything. You get everything finished, your probation's over. You have to go to the 3-day school. It's called the Driver Intervention Program. There is one here now in Lawrence County. The next class is in January. You don't have to go to the one here. You can go to any program that's approved by the state of Ohio. It's got to be one in Ohio, though. To my knowledge, they haven't approved any programs, excuse me, outside the state. So, Scioto County has one. The big counties probably have multiple ones. Go to one that's approved by the state, file with the court that you've completed it. You're going to have a review hearing, and I'm going to set it in May, so you got plenty of time to get this done. If you get it done before your review hearing date, you don't have to come back. The review hearing is to make sure you do what you're ordered to do.
Okay.
If you have stuff left to do and you don't show up, you automatically get a warrant.
Yes, sir.
So if you got stuff left to do, come in and explain why you haven't got it done and ask for more time. Don't blow it off, because that will result in getting a warrant. Okay, on the failure to control, I'll impose a $50 fine.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Majors, your probation officer, his office, when you leave the courtroom, make a 90-degree left. The counter, they'll be right in front of you. his office, go there, talk to him, he's gonna have some paperwork for you. And after you talk to him, got your paperwork, you're free to go.
Yes, sir. Thank
You
you.
can talk to him, he'll give you the permit for driving.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus James Christian, case number TRC 242327, A and B.
James Christian. That's you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Christian, it's alleged November the 9th at 3:20 a.m. in Union Township, you were driving 73 in a 55 zone. That's a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty is $150 fine. And that you were under the influence operating a vehicle intoxicated. That is alleged to be your first offense, so it's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension, minimum penalty 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, 6-month license suspension. So, do you understand these two charges?
Yes, sir.
And I've explained rights of defendants. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Have any questions?
No, sir.
How do you plead the charges?
Guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting it's true. By doing so, you are waiving your right to have a lawyer, to have a trial, and to make the state prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to accept your plea. I'm going to read the statement of the officer into the record, and you can make a statement if you want to of explanation, but you're not required to. Okay, on November the 9th, 3:20 a.m., I was stationary monitoring speed of vehicles coming into Ohio via the 31st Street Bridge, State Route 775. Speed limit is 35 miles an hour. Observed a vehicle driving towards me at a speed that I estimated to be 70. Activated my forward-facing radar unit. Pitch and clarity were clear, consistent. Vehicle speed registered at 73 miles per hour. And then I continued to monitor the speed of the vehicle, and the lowest was 56 as it passed me. I pulled out behind the vehicle, watched it make a lane change without, and go over the fog line without using signal. Activated my overhead lights, made a traffic stop on the right side of the road. Made a driver's side approach to the vehicle, came in contact with the driver, who was James Christian. He had 2 passengers. I told him the reason for the stop, and he told me he was just trying to get across there. Took note of his slurred speech, his eyes were bloodshot and watery. Asked him to get his driver's license. He provided me with his identification and a credit card. There was a strong odor of alcohol coming from inside the vehicle. Mr. Christian's front seat passenger exhibited signs of impairment. Asked him where they were coming from. He said, just out of my house, well, my old lady's house. Again, took note of his slurred speech. He handed me 2 different registrations for different states for a vehicle, one being the name of the former owner. I asked him about his alcohol consumption. He said, I've had 3 or 4. I asked him how long it had been since his last drink. He said it had been about an hour and a half. I asked him to exit the vehicle, and he obliged and walked with me to the front of my patrol car. Prior to standard sobriety test, he voiced concerns about his physical ability, showing he had a surgical scar on his stomach, and revealing he had a medical issue that he's dealing with now. Asked him more questions about his physical health, and told me his left ankle, hip, and lower back had been broken in the past. With further questioning, he revealed that the injuries were a result of something in 2001. He said he still does self-employed labor. I asked him about the glasses that were on his shirt, he said they were reading glasses. He said he did not use corrective lenses. He listed Xanax and Percocet as his only prescriptions, asking if any medications directed him not to consume alcohol. He said he didn't know. He spoke freely. At one point said, "I'm not going to lie to you, I drank about, maybe 5, 6 beers." He told me he started drinking 3 to 4 hours ago. Asked him if he considered himself to be in the best shape to drive relative to the other occupants. He said no. He told me his passenger in the back had not been drinking at all, but didn't have a valid driver's license. He mentioned that he had had a past head injury, but stated he was unaware if he had any present-day issues as a result of that. I gave him horizontal gaze and nystagmus testing and got 6 clues for alcohol consumption. He was also swaying during the HGN testing. He said felt he was unable to do a one-leg stand test. He was given a pulled breath test, which showed a result of 127. Placed under arrest, transported to patrol post, agreed to give a VAC test and tested 1-3. Any statement you wish to make, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. So based on your score, I'm going to impose a $650 fine. Order that you pay the court costs, 6 months. Well, you heard what I said about the license, driving and driving privileges. Do you want the considered for limited driving privileges?
Just limited driving privilege. Yeah, I just need it because I'm fighting cancer right now, and it's just, get back and forth to the doctor and work.
Okay, I'll let you have driving privileges for medical issues and for your employment.
Thank you.
It'll be a 6-month license suspension, which will go into effect as of November 9th. You have to maintain your insurance to
Yes, sir.
the driving privileges. 20 days in jail suspended, 5 days community service. You can do that on your days off. You will have a review hearing on May the 16th of 25. You have to go to the driver intervention program.
Yes, sir.
3-day school, and you can go to anyone that's approved by the state.
Yes, sir.
You're going to talk to Mr. Major, who'll be your probation officer when you leave the courtroom. And on your speed offense, I'll impose a $50 fine.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Christian?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Major is your probation officer to the left as you leave the courtroom. That office on the west side of the building. Go in there, talk to him, get your paperwork, and then you're free to go after that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Melinda K. Rice, case number CRB 24666.
Melinda Rice. You're Melinda Rice?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Rice, you've been charged with disorderly conduct. The good news is it's the non-jailable variety. It's a minor misdemeanor. The state's alleging on October the 6th in Windsor Township, you recklessly caused inconvenience, annoyance, alarm to others by engaging in fighting, threatening harm to persons or property, being violent or turbulent. The maximum penalty for this is a $150 fine. There's no jail time.
Excuse me, I'm the one that called the police. I was the one that was attacked that day.
I'll enter a not guilty plea.
Okay.
I can't appoint a lawyer for you though,
Okay.
because it's not a jailable offense. Your
Okay.
liberty's not at stake. Only if you're facing a jailable offense can I give you a court-appointed lawyer. You're free to hire a lawyer, but I can't appoint one. Is there a co-defendant on this, or no, Mr. Field?
I don't.
At this point, I don't.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna set it for a trial, man. Is that what you want?
Okay.
Are you employed?
I take care of my dad, his full-time
Okay,
caregiver.
so this is gonna be on Monday or Friday, does it matter which day of the week it is?
No, sir.
Friday the 6th, December the 6th. I'll set it for a trial at noon,
On what date, Your Honor?
December 6th. So if you've got witnesses, you need to have them here. If you want to compel witnesses, you can have the clerk issue a subpoena for you. Do you have any questions of me?
No, sir.
December the 6th at noon is your next.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus William Rice, case number TRD 20-2404, TRD 18-2548.
All right, you're William Rice.
Yes, sir.
You had a review hearing on the 8th, right, November the 8th?
I wrote down the wrong day, but I kind of paid a little extra because of that. I make it look a little better.
Okay, you did. So the warrant actually hadn't been issued yet. It would have been issued today if you didn't show up. So no warrant will issue. I'll give you another review hearing date. Let's make it December 30th.
December 30th. Thank you.
That's the last court date session of the year.
Okay.
It's Monday, December 30th. Will be your next review hearing at 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Donald Sowers III, case number CRB 2725.
And this is an older case. You're Donald Sowers?
Yes, sir.
This was set for a review hearing on December 29th of 23. And it's alleged this was on a theft conviction that you had failed to appear then and got a warrant. So I'm taking he's at OVP now?
Yes, he came in patient voluntarily, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I applaud that because that was one of the things you were ordered to do. In your judgment entry previously, you were supposed to go to RRS, but I'll accept you going to OVP inpatient. I'll cancel the warrant. And so he's going to be getting out finished maybe at the end of this month?
Yes. I believe the 28th.
Okay, I'm going to schedule you back here for the 27th. That's a Wednesday. November 27th for a review hearing. And we'll figure out how we're going to go forward with this. So I encourage your getting in recovery and getting clean. So the other stuff can wait. You still have some community service and fines to pay, but I applaud you turning yourself in and going to inpatient. I'll support that, and we'll talk about on the 27th what we're going to do going forward.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Sandra Hanshaw, case number CRB 24668.
And ma'am, are you Sandra G. Hanshaw?
Yes.
The bail's bringing you a copy of the charge. Charges, looks like there's two of the same thing. You've got two charges of endangering children. Case number 668A and 668B. They allege that on October the 8th of 2024 in Fayette Township, you were the parent, guardian, or custodian of a minor child, that you created a danger to or violation of the duty of care, protection, or support. So this is a first-degree misdemeanor endangering children. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand this charge? And there's two different children. 2 counts of the same charge because there was 2 children alleged to be in a vehicle while being transported. And had some medical issues that had not been attended to, it looks like. Okay, so maybe we need to get you a lawyer. Do you have a job, ma'am?
No, I'm on disability.
All right. Oh, Mr. Smith, I didn't know you were going to be here.
I've got one on the docket, preliminary, Judge, yes.
Maybe you could, where's Mr. Stein?
Your Honor, I spoke to him about that matter. I don't think that's what Mr. Smith does either, but he gave me some more names that I'm going to communicate.
I don't, there's 3 fellows over there I know that do that kind of work, so I've shared
Okay,
that.
because we had a lady this morning who has a Wayne County Child Protective Services case that kind of relates to what we're doing here, so. And she doesn't have a lawyer in Wayne County, so that can't be right. She's got to be entitled to a lawyer.
Yeah, they have to. If she can't afford it, they have to appoint one.
Okay. Well, I'm going to appoint you on Miss Anshaw's case.
Yes.
It's 2 counts of endangering children.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Smith will be appointed. Not guilty pleas entered. Okay, I'm setting cases December the 9th or after.
I could do the 13th, 16th, or 20th of December.
Let's do the 16th.
I can do that.
December 16th will be the next hearing. It'll be a pretrial at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Oh, I need a, let's have her sign a $1,000 signature bond. Cover that, 1,000 over our bond.
Have you signed it? That's just your promise you'll show up on this day. Okay. I'll call you this day. Sign right there, Dad.
State of Ohio versus Heidi R. Taylor, case number CRB 2485.
And you're right, Taylor.
Yes, sir.
This case was scheduled for review on Tuesday, it looks like. And you were not here then?
Right.
Do you have an explanation?
I made my payment online, and there was supposed to have been some papers sent in where I did volunteer work, and I found out that they weren't sent in, and I went to pick them up, but I was unable to do that.
Okay. You did pay your fines off, looks like.
Your Honor, if I may, I did not accept the community service. I got a message on the work phone that said that she was a volunteer at that fire department, so I did not accept that.
Okay.
I have
Standard for what I do.
I have other ones too. I wasn't able to pick them up from the Windsor Township trustees.
I will accept that, but I'll have to call and verify it. I need proof of it.
But they only meet like the second Tuesday of each month or something.
Well, I assume they have phones that work every time, so.
Well, one of them, yeah. I just wasn't able to pick them up.
Okay. I'll schedule, this is a fairly recent, this would have been your first reviewing, so I'll give you some more time. Let's make it January the 10th. So that gives you plenty of time to get this done.
Okay.
You get it done, you don't have to come back.
Okay, thank you.
Get your community service done in some fashion before January 10th, you don't have to be here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Bruce Ward, case number CRB 15268, CRB 11435. CRB 10-1087.
Okay, Bruce Ward is here, and Mr. Ward, it looks like you had a review hearing set for November 4th that you missed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Sir, I'm taking care of my elderly mother and my uncle that has cancer. I had no transportation, but I inherited a vehicle from my little brother's passing away. The vehicle was not running yet. Only way I have getting around is walking. And one of my uncles come by and gave me a ride this morning.
Okay. Well, that works. You still have some community service to do. Where are you living now?
Sir, my address is in my folder. I live in Bidwell, Ohio.
Where?
Bidwell.
Bidwell, that's out there.
Out back of Galplis. I'm like 15 miles from Galplis. And there's nobody right around me that's doing any community service right now. The closest thing I have is the fire department, and they're not doing nothing right now.
Okay.
That'd be true, you know. I ran into that.
And you hitched a ride today, huh?
Yes, sir.
And you still owe on your fines. Can you pay anything on your fines?
Yes, sir. I have a payment today.
How much are you gonna pay?
I have $16 to pay today, sir.
Okay. I'll cancel the warrant since you came in on your own.
You know, I'll step out and speak to them. There may be some places in Galveston that can do some community service.
Can you get to Galveston?
Yes, sir. Even if I have to walk.
It's pretty far from Bidwell to Galveston too, I think, isn't it?
And I think it's about 15 miles, sir.
Okay. I'll set you for December 30th as your next hearing. That's a Monday. December 30th, the last court session of the year. December 30th, 9 o'clock. I'm canceling the warrant.
Thank you,
Talk to
sir.
Mr. Cooper before you leave and pay your $16 to the clerk.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Haley N. Blake, case number CRB 23-760.
Haley Blake. Ms. Blake, is that OVP?
Yeah, she still is compliant with services, Your Honor. I didn't receive a letter for her today, but I did confirm that.
Okay. Is she outpatient?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll need a letter on that. She still has community service to do, and she did make a payment to it. How are you gonna get your community service done?
Working on it.
Okay.
It's hard with taking care of 2 kids and working, so I'm trying.
Where are you living now?
In Huntington on the top of 25th Street.
Okay. Well, it's probably just as convenient for you to get here as anywhere. Any day other than Sunday, you can come here at 7:30 to do community service. Okay. I'll set your next hearing. I'm going to go into January on your next. So let's make it January 3rd. January 3rd will be your next review hearing at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Amanda MacArthur, case number CRB 24737.
Mr. McCown, you're in appearance.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Mr. McCown is noted as counsel of record for Ms. MacArthur. Do you wish a reading of the charges?
We'd waive, Your Honor.
Not guilty plea entered.
That's correct.
She has a bond up, so that bond's continued. Looking at December 9th or after for pre-trials.
13th be okay, Your Honor? It'd be that following Friday.
Yes. December 13 will be the pretrial at 10 o'clock. Is there any kind of protection order requested?
I think there's already one in place, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think that was, she executed one, I think, as part of the bond.
It's a consent agreement. I'll issue a temporary protection order. Marie MacArthur, M-A-C-A-R-T-H-U-R.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Next hearing is December 13th, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Honor, we're ready to go to the Lawrence County Jail.
Okay, we have some hearings in jail we're going to do now by teleconference.
State of Ohio versus Jonathan Cole, case number CRA 24600, and Savannah Crater is on deck.
Jonathan Cole. This is Mr. Smith's case, Tyler Smith's case.
Where is he? Is he on the? Yeah, he's on. Okay. Well, we want him to go to the grand jury, so does he want to wait?
Do we approach real quick?
Yes. He initially was in a treatment facility. All right, Mr. Smith wishes to speak with Mr. Cole, so that's going to happen by telephone, and then the case will be recalled later in the docket. The attorney's going to call and talk to you, Mr. Cole.
State of Ohio versus Savannah Crater, case number CRA 24733, CRB 19741, CRB 19214. Zachariah Jones is on deck.
And ma'am, you're Savannah Crater.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay, Ms. Crater?
Yes.
I'm Judge Capper. This is your arraignment hearing. You are appearing in the courtroom on a monitor, and your image and what you say is all being recorded. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. But if you choose to make a statement, what you say is on the record. It could be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, and to make the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes.
You've got a new charge and you've got some old charges. Well, the new charge is actually out of state. It's going to be an extradition matter. It's alleged that there's a warrant for your arrest in Kentucky and issued from the Boyd County Circuit Court. It's on receiving stolen property, trafficking, and possession of a controlled substance being methamphetamine. So what happens on that is that you have a right to have an extradition hearing in this court. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed for you for the extradition hearing. The hearing on the extradition is not whether you did or didn't do the offenses charged in Kentucky. It's whether Kentucky has a good reason to ask for you to be sent to their jurisdiction. That would be the issue I would decide. And you have the right to have that hearing. It's called an extradition hearing, and to make the state issue a governor's warrant from Kentucky to Ohio for you to be sent out of state to Kentucky. You can waive extradition if you wish, and what would happen then, if you waive extradition, I would consider setting a bond for you. If you can post the bond here, I'd order you to go turn yourself in Boyd County. If you can't post the bond, I'll order Boyd County to come get you, and I'll give them a time frame in which they have to do that. How do you want to proceed? Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you here?
No, I'll waive extradition.
Okay, we'll send down a waiver of extradition, and let me look. You've got some past misdemeanor stuff still pending. You've got case number 19-741, which was a disorderly conduct. Looks like you did some community service and didn't pay your fine on that. 19-214 was a theft offense. You did your community service and some extra toward your fine. The fine's just not completely paid. I assume the state probably would be agreeable to not having these issues hold her up, and since she's facing far more serious charges in Kentucky, to go there and face those charges.
We agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay, so if you waive extradition, then I'll drop the holders on these misdemeanor matters and let you go to Kentucky and face the charges there. So Kentucky is asking for no bond to be set, but I think under Ohio law, I have to post or set a bond. I'm going to set it at pretty high though, because those are serious charges. So I'm going to set a $50,000 cash or surety bond. Is that a bond you could post?
How much would it be about our bonds?
$5,000 probably.
No, I couldn't post that.
Okay. So I'm going to send down a waiver of extradition. Boyd County's so close, it's usually not a problem for them to get over and pick you up in a few days, but I'm going to give them a week to pick you up. So that's next Friday. I'm going to order they pick you up by the 22nd. I'm going to put you back on my docket because I don't want you to get lost in our jail sitting there and nobody's picked you up and we don't know that you're still there. So if you're still in the jail next Friday, I'm going to see you again just like this. But there's about a 95% chance that you'll be gone to Kentucky before next Friday. Sometimes people mess up and they don't communicate. And I've had people sitting in the jail, so I don't want to see that happen. So we'll make sure that doesn't happen by putting you on the docket for next Friday. We'll need to send a waiver of extradition down for you to sign. So that'll come down here shortly. Do you have any questions of me, Ms. Crater? Okay, we'll send something down for you to sign, and then, in my experience, once they're notified, 2 to 3 days is normal for Boyd County to come over and pick you up. Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Zachariah Jones, case number TRD 191370, and Barbara R. Lawson is on deck.
So those old cases, I'm going to finish by jail time on that.
Okay.
Savannah and Crater.
All right, that's the question.
Sir, you're Zachariah Jones?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. It's alleged that you missed a review hearing on July 1st of this year, and that was on a driving under suspension.
Yes, sir.
It looks like from the record you did all of your community service, but you still owe fines.
Yes, sir.
Do you admit or deny you missed your review hearing July 1st?
I agree.
Do you have an explanation for missing?
No, Your Honor, not at all. I just didn't have transportation. I've been incarcerated the last 73 days.
Oh, in Gowdy County or where?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then they sent you down here after you got finished with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
I had a 30-day sentence, and I've done 71 days, so I've got jail time credited, and I don't know what that means. And I've asked everyone, but nobody else can tell me what that means either.
Well, I don't understand it either. What if you got a jail sentence of 31 days and you serve 70?
Yeah.
I guess you would have to ask the judge in Gowdy County. Which judge was it?
Okay, it was Marbury.
Okay. You just have fines here to pay. Do you want to pay them, or I would prefer you pay them than lay it out in jail.
Can I ask you another question? Is there any way to do community service?
Yes, sir.
For those fines?
Yes, you,
Okay.
you get $50 a day credit for every day now that you do community service for your fine.
Okay, I would be willing to try that, because I still have a job as well, but I'd be willing to do the community service.
You still living in Crown City?
At the moment, I'm not, no, I'm going to go to Tick Ridge. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going yet, but somewhere, Mr. Honor. It's a big ordeal. I've been in Crown City. My mom had a protection order on me. That's what it's all about, so I'm not going to sit here and BS you any which way, shape, or form, Your Honor.
So Tick Ridge, that'll be in Lawrence County?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact address yet, Your Honor.
Well, just get with Mr. Cooper, call in, and you can come here any day but Sunday and do community service. If you can get to the court at 7:30 a.m. Or I don't know if he's got anything out on Tick Ridge where you can work. Probably not.
I'll call down there and figure it out.
Okay, I'll order you released, and I'll give you a new review hearing date.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it very much, sir.
Okay, I'm going to make it easy to remember. Let's do it 2 days before Christmas.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I do appreciate this too. You're being lenient. I appreciate you, man.
December 23rd is your next hearing, 9 o'clock. Christmas is on Wednesday this week, so the Monday before Christmas, you've got a review hearing at 9 a.m.
I'll be there, Your Honor. God bless you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Barbara R. Lawson, case number CRB 22709. And Daniel Lucas is on deck. I believe that's Mr. Morford's case.
Barbara Lawson actually was a missed pretrial from back in June 7th. I'm assuming you haven't had a chance to talk with her.
No, Your Honor.
You want to do that, then we'll recall.
Recall, please.
Court's file.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll recall what the bailiff said. Your lawyer's going to call down and talk to you, Ms. Lawson, and then I'll recall you.
State of Ohio versus Daniel Lucas, case number CRA 24735, CRB 24736, TRC 231414, A, B, and C. Jacob Richter is on deck.
Okay, sir, you're Daniel Lucas?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lucas. I'm Judge Capper. You've got some new charges that I'm going to go over with you. It's called the arraignment hearing.
Yes, sir.
Before I do that, you probably know all this, but I got to tell you about your rights, which you've watched any criminal TV shows, you've heard hundreds of times. It's from a case called Arizona versus Miranda. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. You do make statements. They can be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney, to have one appointed. You can't afford one. You have a right to bail. Make the state prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your charge, new charge is tampering with evidence. 24-735 is the case number. It alleges that at Fayette Township on November the 14th of this year, knowing there was an official proceeding or investigation in progress or about to be started, you altered or concealed the same with purpose to impair its availability as evidence in that investigation. That's a third-degree felony. The maximum penalty for that is 5 years in jail and a $10,000 fine.
What should I plead?
Well, I'm not
What should I do from here?
Well, you can't plead to a felony at the first hearing. You've also got a theft charge against you. 24-736 alleges the same time and place. November 14th, you purposely tried to deprive Tom Roberts of property without his consent, and it's alleged that property was his wallet. That's a first-degree misdemeanor theft offense. The maximum penalty for that is 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. Then there's a
review.
Well, you had a review hearing set today.
Yes, sir.
And that's on an OVI conviction, case number 23-1414. You had an OVI. Looks like you did all your community service, and you actually did
some extra to finish paying my fines right now.
Yeah, you actually did some extra time toward your fines. So.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No, I need one appointed.
Do you have a job?
Yes, I work at State Law.
Paid by the hour?
Yes, sir, weekly pay.
How much are you paid per hour?
$9.44 an hour.
Okay, you're eligible. Mr. Smith, you represented him previously.
I did, Judge, yes.
So I'm going to appoint you on this. It's got an F3, the most significant charge, tampering.
Yes, sir.
What's the state's position on bond for Mr. Lucas?
Your Honor, we're not opposed to no R bond.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Where are you living, Mr. Lucas?
Same location that I lived at, over on the river. Lived in the same house 17 years. I'm not going nowhere.
County Road 1?
I'm sorry?
It's on County Road 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to let you sign a $2,000 signature bond, so you're going to get out.
Thank you.
On your signature. Mr. Smith's going to need a way to get in touch with you. Do you have a phone where he can get in touch with you?
My same phone number is the same phone number.
I've got his file still, Judge.
Oh, okay.
So everything stayed the same. You haven't moved or changed phone numbers, right?
No, sir.
I've still got that file, Judge.
I'm perfectly right there where I work.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Smith's going to be your lawyer. Since he's going to be out, when would you like to come back?
Judge, we'll waive time. The 13th, 16th, or 20th of December. Was that?
Sorry. I said the 20th is my birthday. I was just typical way to that. Sorry.
Whatever's best for the court, Judge, in those 3 days.
The 13th. December 13th will be your next hearing. Mr. Lucas, everything that you have before the court.
I'm sorry?
All of your cases are set for December 13th.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Your review and your new charges are all set then. So you should be here early that day, December 13th.
I'll be there on
9 a.m.
December 13th.
I'll give you a call. It'll probably be late this afternoon, maybe even Monday. We'll talk, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
State of Ohio
Judge.
versus Jacob D. Richter, case number CRA.
Thank you, Your Honor.
CRA 24734, and Russell Severance is on deck.
13th.
Sir, are you Jacob Richter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Richter, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court in Chesapeake, where your hearing is being held, and you're appearing in court today on a monitor by teleconference. So your image and what you say is all being recorded. You don't have to say anything. You have a right to remain silent. If you choose to make statements, it's all on the record. It can be used against you if you admit something about your case. This is what's called a Rule 4 hearing. So it's kind of like an extradition, but it's within the state of Ohio. If there's a warrant for you in a county that doesn't touch the county where you are found, you have a right to a hearing to make sure we're not sending the wrong person far away to a county they don't really want to go to. So you have a right to have a hearing on that, to have an attorney appointed. The only issue is whether you're the person that's being sought. It's Pickaway County, so that's Circleville.
Yes, sir.
The, looks like the Common Pleas Juvenile Court Division issued some sort of warrant for your arrest for failure to comply with some of their orders. They're asking you be sent to their court and held here until that happens. You can waive that hearing, the Rule 4 hearing, and then say, yeah, I agree, it's me, I want to go there and take care of it, or we can have a hearing about it. Okay, so do you want to waive your Rule 4 hearing then?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you post any kind of bond?
No.
Okay. So you'll waive your Rule 4 hearing, I'll send something down for you to sign.
How many days did I have to come get? I've already been here 2 days.
I'm going to give them a week.
7?
7, yeah. So I'm going to put you back on my docket for the 22nd. Order Pickaway County to pick you up before 8 a.m. next Friday. If you're still in the jail at 10 a.m., I'm going to see you at some point that morning and say, and the prosecutor will ask you on the phone and say, what happened? Why didn't you guys get down here and pick him up? He's still sitting in our jail.
Okay.
Hopefully that doesn't happen. Usually it doesn't happen, but it has happened. So that's why I set the hearing, to make sure you're not sitting in the back of the jail and nobody knows you're there.
All right.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Ritter?
No, sir.
Okay, this waiver will be faxed down to the jail for you to sign here shortly, as soon as the clerks get it, and then they'll fax it back, and then hopefully in the next few days, somebody from Pickaway County will be coming to pick you up.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Russell A. Severance, case number CRB 24543, and Jeffrey Scott Spencer is on deck.
Russell Severance, I think, is your case, Mr. Morford?
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, Russell left services with us ASA on October 1st.
Yeah, he's had a warrant outstanding since October.
I was way down there, my side was so bad that the fellow was coming to me, so I had to look to my mom and dad to Orange County. And they wouldn't pay me, so I went out. My side, I can't do it. Yeah, where my side is, I can't do it. My side is too bad, I'm getting away. I can barely, every time I don't think.
Do you want to call and talk to him, or how do you want to proceed?
I didn't want to, Judge.
All right, Mr. Severance, your lawyer's going to call, talk to you, and then I'll recall you after that's happened.
State of Ohio versus Jeffrey Scott Spencer, case number CRA 24725, and Jonathan Cole is on deck.
All right, Mr. Spencer is here. I gave him until today to post bond. You weren't able to post bond, Mr. Spencer?
No, because I got a parole violation out of West Virginia and over here, and I ain't trying to lift that over, so I'm just trying to go to West Virginia.
All right, I'm going to, since it's the parole authority in West Virginia, I'm going to give them 2 weeks. So I'll reschedule you, and if the jail needs to let them know that he's available for pickup now for the next 2 weeks. So that would be, or will be longer than 2 weeks, because that's Thanksgiving. It'll have to be to December 2nd. They've got till December 2nd to pick him up. And if they need more time, they need to contact the court or the prosecutor. Okay, December 2nd is your next hearing. Hopefully you'll have been picked up by West Virginia before then.
All right, thank you, Gary.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Jonathan Cole of the Lawrence County Jail, case number CRA 24600.
I spoke with Mr. Cole. He is willing to waive his preliminary and to keep his bond at $5,000 cash surety. I told him that he's probably going to be presented to the grand jury this month. I'm not sure for certain, but it should be this month. And hopefully we can get Shawnee down there at some point to assess him too in the meantime.
All right, do you agree with what your attorney has said, Mr. Cole? Your microphone's turned off on the headset. Probably, I'm guessing. Right. You agree with what Mr. Smith has said to the court? Okay, so your case will be bound over to the grand jury. There'll need to be a waiver sent down. I don't think I have one in the file. I'll sign it. You have, Mr. Smith, would you sign that also?
Yes, sir.
And direct the clerk to send it down to Mr. Paul to execute also.
We have two more that we called, but we're not ready yet for those.
Okay, we've got two more people to go back to at the jail after they talk to the lawyers. We're not ready for that, so we're going to come back here for hearings we have here at the court.
State of Ohio versus Nick Chapman, case number CRB 24529, CRB 24490.
Mr. Ackerman is representing Mr. Chapman.
Yeah, probably.
Your Honor, I think we have an agreement to continue this for 90 days, reset for another pretrial, and then we'll pick it up from there and see where things stand at that point.
Your Honor, we haven't had any more complaints from, well, there was one minor thing that was corrected, I think almost immediately after it happened involving a cow getting out, but, okay.
Fix the fence.
Okay, well, the fence is fixed apparently. We reviewed our information a little more closely, and I think it's appropriate that if Mr. Chapman were to enter a guilty plea to both of these charges, we would request a 10-day suspended jail sentence and some non-reporting probation to make sure that we don't have any further incidents. But apparently the fence has been fixed, and that should solve it.
Mr. Ackerman.
Would that be suspended 6 months?
Well, the court generally does a more lengthy
I'm not familiar with
probation period. Well, we would ask for 2 years of probation, but we wouldn't require or ask that it be reporting.
Don't matter really. I mean, we're agreeable with that.
Okay, so there's going to be a change of plea as to, this is 24-5-29 and 24-4-9. And that plea, I understand, is guilty, is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. Are we going to need a written plea for municipal court?
No. Do you agree, Mr. Chapman?
I agree.
Do you have a right, or Mr. Ackerman, you want to address the court if you have anything you want to say before I do the sentence?
No, Judge, I think the recommended sentence reflects the fact that the problem has been resolved and he's acted in good faith to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll impose a $150 fine as to each, and I'll suspend it on the condition on each that there's no further incidents. I'll order the court costs be paid on each. 10 days in jail suspended as to each case. 2 years of probation, which is non-reporting. There will be a review on on May the 16th. That's only to make sure the court costs are paid. If they're paid, he doesn't have to appear. You'll need to meet with Mr. Major to get a copy of the judgment entries, and he's the contact person with the court. The office to the left as you leave the court.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
To the left as you leave the courtroom is where the probation office is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
May I be excused?
Yes.
State of Ohio versus Michael Hayes Jr., case number CRD 24438, A and B. Michael Hayes Jr., case number CRD 24438.
Mr. Holt's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hayes, this was a arrangement where if he had paid court costs, he did not have to appear, and that he did pay court costs.
He did. Say so on dismissal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Be dismissed.
State of Ohio versus Matthew F. Matney, case number CRB 24541, A and B. Mr. McCown's case.
Set for pre-trial.
Your Honor, it's the police court, my understanding is, I think the state is getting to move to amend, to dismiss. Dismiss or amend to a single count of minor misdemeanor disorderly conduct, is my understanding.
And that is contingent upon Mr. Matney entering a guilty plea to the amended charge. We would make that motion.
No contest with stipulation finding guilt, Your Honor, yes.
Okay, so we'll do that to 541A, that was the obstructing official business, and we'll remind us what the statute number is on the disorderly.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, 1 second here. I believe that it is 291711 is the overriding statute.
Yeah, okay, that'll be an MM.
Yes, Your Honor.
To that charge, then how does Mr. Matney plead?
No contest with stipulation of finding of guilt, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Matney?
That is correct.
You have a right to make a statement if you want. Do you have anything you want to
I do not.
say? Is there any recommendation on the sentence?
We will take the position, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll impose a $100 fine and court costs. Can you pay that today?
Yes, Your Honor.
No probation then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Fine and court costs today, there'll be no probation. And then the B case is dismissed. Knowledge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Robert W. Pauling, Case number PRC 24-1931.
Mr. McCown's case set for pretrial.
Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Keel, we've obtained the video and discovery from them. I think the state wanted an opportunity to review the video as well. So we'll take the waiver of time on our part for that. December 13th, I believe I'm going to be up here, Your Honor.
Okay.
So just be a pretrial, if that's okay.
All right. December 13th, be the next hearing. Pretrial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Ethan R. Anderson, case number CRA 24706. Ethan Anderson.
It's Mr. Smith's case. He had an ankle monitor on, didn't he?
No.
He never got one. He was in jail until last Friday. He didn't have a monitor on, so the state was willing to agree for him to be released to Bethesda. He needed to get in treatment, and once one became available, he would have it put on. However, and he promised he wouldn't go anywhere. Well, obviously.
Well, how's the state want to pursue that?
Well, Your Honor, in reviewing the facts of particularly the resisting charge, we charged it initially as a felony, but that we used the wrong section. It should be a first-degree misdemeanor. There was an officer that was injured during the struggle, but it did not involve a deadly weapon, so it's a misdemeanor. So we would ask for a warrant from this court.
Okay. A warrant for Mr. Anderson for failure to appear and leaving treatment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if I didn't make that motion previously to amend that to an M1.
It had, I think it's already done.
Yeah, I think it was last time we were here, Your Honor.
Do you want to issue statement actions?
Yes. He didn't have, I'm sure he didn't have a warrant. A warrant.
State of Ohio versus Joseph Caldillo, case number CRB 24-615, CRB 24-510.
Mr. Stratton's case, pretrial.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good report from OVP, Your Honor. We'll just need to set up for another pretrial, and then we'll resolve the pretrial and set up for sentencing probably next time.
And we've got 2 charges that I don't think will get the second charge.
Another month?
Yeah, that's fine. Not tonight. Any day but tonight.
16th or 20th?
Either one.
I got a baby appointment on the 16th.
Okay.
I don't want to miss
He's got a baby appointment on 16th. He doesn't want-
20th?
20th is fine, yeah.
December 20th.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
That's good.
I got an ultrasound, I can prove it to you.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Joe.
State of Ohio versus Otis L. Sexton, case number CRB 24539 A and B. Your Honor,
Yeah, Mr. Sexton is at River City Correctional, Your Honor. There's also a cross-filing on this of Denise Sexton, which is Mr. Steyer's case.
We'll go ahead and call that Denise Sexton. Mr. Steyer's case.
It's not actually a cross-filing, I think it's co-defendants.
Yeah, well, yeah, sorry. If I heard it correctly.
State of Ohio versus Denise Sexton, case number CRB 24538. Hold Your Honor, that she is here.
Denise Sexton, come into court.
She's on her way, Your Honor.
Sorry to interrupt her.
Maybe.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, that's when you asked Deputy Mullins to follow. You told him that you contacted him yourself.
So I got to recontact him.
Are you okay to proceed now, ma'am? All these people have been waiting on you to make your appearance today.
Your Honor, Mr. Sexton is, of course, at River City, so, well, I just asked that I would appear, of course, before we resolve this matter. And I'm not sure about her.
We need to recall this. We need to recall.
We'll recall this, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Melinda Fuller, case number CRB 24624, CRB 21753.
Your Honor, hey, Amber, how are you? She's at Hope Source.
That's a very good report.
Just remind the court that she is on an ankle monitor.
Yes.
Just so you know that.
Well, I think we probably need to stay there for a while.
She hasn't asked, and I'm not asking either, I'm just mentioning that, so, yeah.
Let's go another month out.
Yep, you have 16, Ronnie? Or,
Yeah, that should, let me check, but that should be okay. 16th? December 16th will be your next time. Pre-trial, 10 o'clock.
Your Honor, there are cases pending here that I think need to be resolved, particularly because they involve, one of them is a resisting arrest. So if she were to enter a guilty plea to all those charges, we would recommend to the court that we delay the sentencing, we let her continue to be successful in treatment, and when we get to the end of her treatment, if she's done well, then we would recommend to the court that she don't go to jail.
Your Honor, this was set for pretrial. We did pretrial this in the conference room. Prosecution did not mention about doing that today, or we've already spoken with Mrs. Fuller about that. We had talked about just setting it for another pretrial, and that's what I like to do. I will speak to her about pleading, but if the prosecutor wanted me to do that today, it'd be nice for him to actually tell me that that's what he wanted to be done today. Not that we just wanted to check up on how she does and continue it.
Okay, so we'll address that at the next hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
December 16th.
Learn one lesson.
So making a note, will either be a plea or set for trial on the 16th.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Oh, yes, Your Honor. Huh? She's going to be eligible for passes on December 13th, Your Honor, as long as the facility is okay with it. Would the court be okay with her taking a pass?
She'll have to get clear with the,
With an ankle monitor on that normally does that.
yeah, that's close to the 16th, so let's just wait till the 16th. We'll talk about it then. That's just 3 days.
3 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Dylan M. Sloan, case number CRP 24676.
Your Honor, this is our first pretrial. I still need to request discovery on this matter, so we're going to set this for another pretrial.
And did you say you had a jury trial on the 9th?
The 9th, yes, I do.
Would be the 2nd or the 2nd, 13th, or 16th?
We can do the 13th, Your Honor.
All right, December 13th will be the next pre-trial.
All right.
State of Ohio versus John T. Wellman, case number CRP 24444.
That appears to be I mean, there is issues, but I think it's
It's a work in progress, Your Honor.
work in progress.
Is Juanita here from Toronto today? Haven't seen her. All right, we'll continue on.
All right.
Let's set it for the 16th.
Yes. December 16th. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we have some recalls at the jail today.
State of Ohio versus Barbara R. Lawson, case number CRP 22709.
Mr. Morgan.
Russell Severance is on deck.
Mr. Morgan.
Your Honor, at the police court and counsel, Ms. Lawson represented me that presently she's been in, and has been for the last 6 weeks, at TCC. She's involved in a Children's Services Division case. She failed to appear in front of you, Judge, last August because she was in active addiction. She's doing well, she says, at TCC, wants to stay there. TCC in Portsmouth will transport her to the court there. And so,
How'd she wind up in jail?
I was at a hearing for my son, Your Honor.
she was at a Children's Service Division, probably a review hearing, Judge. I believe it was made known to them that she had a warrant, and they took her into custody on this court's warrant.
So before that, she's been inpatient at the counseling center?
For 42 days, the last 42 days, Judge. Previously, I'm not sure what she was doing the early part of this year, but when she was supposed to be here in front of you last year, she was in active addiction and not doing anything.
Ryan, can you verify? The name is Barbara Lawson. You need a date of birth. Okay, we're going to get with the counseling center and see what they say. We'll recall it after he gets a report.
State of Ohio versus Russell A. Severance, case number CRB 24543.
It's also Mr. Morford's case. And it also involves the counseling center.
Judge, I've had a chance to talk with him, and he left the counseling center in Portsmouth. His reason for leaving is that they ran him out of there. He didn't know how to operate the microwave oven, and I guess he was made fun of. He does not feel it was a good fit for him. He wants to be someplace where they won't run him out of there, quote, unquote. After he left the counseling center, Judge, he went to his parents. They refused to take him in. So he's been staying in an abandoned house in Ironton. He believes that when he was supposed to be here, he was involved in some kind of evaluation.
Your Honor, Mr. Carter, he is here, he's on the phone with jail, I believe. He said he left ASA. He said he'll step in as soon as he gets on the phone.
He also states, Judge, that he attempted to find out the status of this case by asking Ironton Municipal Court.
I think we should just set it for a trial. His bond's revoked. New bond is $5,000 cash or surety. I'll set it for a trial. November 27th at noon.
Your Honor, I have a note that he pled guilty on September the 6th.
Well, that could be true. We'll have to go back and check that. Do you have any note on that, Mr. Morford?
I do not.
And it looks like
I don't have my file here.
we were back on just the 9th, so like 3 days later. And he was going to treatment at Shawnee. And then he went to the hospital in Columbus at Mount Carmel.
Okay, so let's set this for, let's set it for Monday then, to figure out if that's correct and if he's just in for sentencing. I'll put it on the docket for the 18th as a pretrial. His bond has changed to $5,000 cash for sure since he left treatment without court approval. Back on the docket for Monday.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Severance, do you understand what the judge just did?
You can go call and talk to him.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to do that.
I apologize, Judge.
Yes, sir. Okay. We'll come back to Ms. Lawson once we get the report from Mr.
State of Ohio versus Terry Aldridge, case number CRB 24718 A and B, CRA 24554.
Okay, so these are new cases. As Mr. Stratton is representing on 24554, there's some new arraignments. No, I guess it's a pre-trial. It is a pre-trial.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to trial anyway. All right, that's what we're on. Your Honor, we just need to set this for a trial date.
Okay. On everything?
On everything, yes.
Well, we've got a felony possession charge, so what we would do with that is go ahead and just take it to the grand jury. Go that route. If we're just talking about the two theft charges, the one from Speedway and one from Kroger, that alleged to have occurred on the same day, that's fine, we can separate that out. But if he wants everything, then that means we would need to go to the grand jury with the felony charge.
Your Honor, so be it. But we ask that the two cases be set for separate days for trial. They're not related to one another.
Happened on the same day.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'll set them at the same time.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's 24/7/18A. Yeah, they're both August 29. And then what are you gonna do with the felony? Are you keeping it here or are you sending it on to the grand jury?
Well, I think he wants us to send it to the grand jury. That's what we'll do.
Ollie, it's the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay, so 24/554 is knowledge to the grand jury. Trial on the two misdemeanors that I just mentioned. 16th?
Yes, 16th, Your Honor.
December 16th at noon. Here, I got it for you here. All right, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Kenny M. Ingalls, case number CRB 24546, CRB 19847, CRA 18517, CRB 18518, CRD 181289.
Your Honor, Mr. Ingalls contacted me and earlier in the week stated he had a hip injury and didn't believe he could make it to court. I advised him that I would seek a continuance, but I couldn't guarantee one. So I'm going to ask for continuance at this time to a date that the court deems appropriate. And should that be granted, we'll just reset it for that date.
Did you submit any medical information?
He hasn't yet. I don't know. I mean, I would probably advise him to bring it. He is not very tech savvy. So basically, he's going to have to show up in person with it.
Mr. Hill?
We would ask for a bench warrant at least in 7 days.
He's got 7 days to get in here before a warrant will issue.
Thank you.
Mr. Steiner, are you ready for Sexton to be recalled?
I need to speak to Mr. Hill briefly, but otherwise, yes.
State of Ohio versus Denise K. Sexton, case number CRB 24538. The State of Ohio.
Are you?
State of Ohio versus Otis Sexton, case number CRB 24539.
Your Honor, if we can just ask Mr. Sexton when he anticipates getting out of River City. Mr. Sexton, when are you going to get out of that facility?
Around February.
February, that's what I thought, Your Honor. So if we want to set it at that time, we'll waive time and go from there.
Well, I didn't hear when you said you were going to be setting this.
Mr. Sexton's going to be in treatment until sometime in February.
May we approach?
Yes. First of December. I'm not sure.
December 2nd, Your Honor.
And sometime in February, Your Honor, for Mr. Sexton.
All right, from Denise Sexton, I'll set another pretrial for December 2nd. Why don't we just put him down at the same time? He's allowed to appear by teleconference.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
So we keep track of what's going on.
Yes.
Please.
Both cases are set for December 2nd for pretrial.
You don't hold it, don't leave. That's fine, don't leave though.
State of Ohio versus Wesley A. Earls, case number CRB 2488 A and B, CRB 2497, CRA 24276, CRB 24277.
Mr. Steyer's case.
Your Honor, I think the state may have a motion.
Which case is this?
Earls.
May we approach her?
Yes.
I mean, listen, I'm not case law.
He'll take it on to I'm in the middle of yeah. They're in the middle of running service connected disability for anxiety and depression. And impulse control disorder. So hopefully it gets approved. But they don't approve much. They only get like 10 or 30%. But it would be something that I don't have. And now that I have DA healthcare, I won't have to like keep them up. I don't always, like, even if I have a job or have something, I'm at full expenses. So I'm really excited about it. But I had the paperwork on my counter, and I'm probably bringing it to you. I'm really sorry. It took 4 years to get my disability granted, so hopefully it is enough to take care of it. And also, I found out that now that I get VA healthcare and VA benefits, that I can get a VA loan on the home. And hopefully I'll be able to have a home in the next 10 years, which would be really, really cool. They don't require a down payment, and they don't require a minimum credit score. They just have certain guidelines that you have to keep. So it's a lot easier to get this way than it is other ways. So look at all the amazing things. I know it. And like since the last since on Friday, all of this has come to fruition. I got all this paperwork in the mail and on paperwork from the Social Security office and the VA, and I'm really overwhelmed, and I'm just really scared. Like, I don't know what they're going to do to me today, because like they kind of went back on their and like he says that I may end up on probation for 2 years. Don't talk about it. Yeah, because you're being recorded, so everything I'm saying. Got it. I'm just really scared. Okay. Like, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. You are doing everything you're supposed to do, so trust the process. Okay? Like, I just don't want to lose everything. Right? I completely understand. I'm here with you now. It's okay.
All right, after some discussion, Mr. Earls is with QRT and doing well.
Yes.
Your Honor, he's doing very well. His medications are working wonders for him. And I would like to add that he recently got approved for disability and VA benefits.
Okay.
So I think things are only going to get better from here.
Good. Well, and Mark today is upturned. The state's going to dismiss all of his misdemeanors in this court.
You will never see me again.
You can come by and visit, you don't have to
I've been
have a
here.
charge.
I've been here enough. If you want to come for dinner, you can.
Okay. Your charges are dismissed, they're
Thank you
misdemeanors.
so much.
Your Honor,
Thank
I
you.
would like to state for the record our feelings about this. In the beginning, now listen, I want to make sure that you understand that your neighbors, you want to be friendly with them, have them over for dinner, but don't say things to them, okay? Well, that was our main concern, is that there's neighbors that were genuinely worried about him early on, and we just wanted to keep doing that.
I got shot in 2020, and I got stabbed in 2019, and I fought for disability until this year, and I really lost my mind throughout the process, and I'm really sorry.
Okay, well, your case is here, Dan. Hope you do well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now we're ready to recall this lawsuit in Orange County Jail. State of Ohio versus Barbara Lawson, Orange County Jail, case number CRB 22709.
Mr. Milford's case, it said she was at
Correct.
TCC.
Yeah, she's with us, Your Honor. Apparently, we didn't know that she had any legal out of this court, so when they took her to juvenile court yesterday, they arrested her.
Okay, you're willing to take her back?
Absolutely.
State take any position on it?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll lift the warrant that this court issued for her failure to appear. It sounds like there was a good reason for a warrant, because I think she was relapsing at that time. I just want you to get clean. And you're at a good place, they can help you do that. So I'll put you back on our docket a month out, December the 16th, if you're available then, Mr. Morford.
Let me check, Judge. I've got a couple of jury trials in December.
Yes.
I'm here then.
December the 16th will be your next hearing, and the counseling center will pick her up from jail.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Warrant is released here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Karen Bailey, case number CRB 24207.
Mr. Morford's case, pre-trial, he's at ODP. it sounds like he's finished. Says he's completed and attended all required appointments. Suggested to return in the future if he needs services.
He's paid $150 in court costs too, Your Honor.
I see that. How's the state want to proceed on this?
We are okay with the dismissal at this time, given his having completed and done well in treatment.
Case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Trenton Wells, case number TRC 242112.
All right, this is Mr. Morford's case. It's on for pre-trial.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Wells reached out to us about transferring to our facility, but because he was ordered, we had to bring it back in front of you. We also have his wife who has a CPS case pending, and we're working with Corey Griffith on supervised visitation. We offer parenting, anger management, mental health, AOD treatment. So he feels that he'd benefit more from the transfer.
All right, he's been at Regal Recovery.
Is he up on?
He's in the MAT program.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He's in the MAT, he's doing buprenorphine.
No, he's not. He's no longer on the job.
Okay. It was checked on here.
Yes,
The part of the screen results.
yes, Your Honor. His levels are decreasing.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morford or Mr. Field, anything you wish to say on this?
Well, Your Honor, we are aware that there's a children's services case going on, and we want him to be successful in that. Now, one thing about this is, and I've been in contact with the children's services supervisor, and this was a particularly serious situation. The lady whose name I don't remember, who was here earlier for an arraignment, was the caretaker of these children that ended up.
Got the 2 counts of child abduction.
Yes, she allowed them to go with the parents who were actively using drugs, and there are other issues involved. So we consider this very serious, and we want Mr. Wells to be successful in treatment, and we want him to be able to get his kids back in the future, but he's got work to do, and this is not a dismiss if he's successful kind of a case. This is still one in which we will pursue a conviction. And if they want to do that now or soon, that's fine. Our opinion about whether he should actually go to jail they'll partly be based upon whether he does really well in treatment or not.
Mr. Morford.
Judge, the basis for my client's request to transfer to new provider is his belief that in a different arena, he will have a better chance of success at completing parenting and anger management counseling, which is being required of him in his case plan in the Children's Services Division. Is that why you want the judge to okay a change of providers?
It's my understanding his wife is at Bethesda, but they would be in separate facilities.
Absolutely.
They wouldn't be together.
They're in 2 different counties.
Okay, I'll allow, I mean, he did it the right way, he came in and asked the court for permission, just didn't leave, so I'm going to allow the change to Bethesda.
May I ask something, Your Honor, about the situation?
No, I made my decision. So, we're gonna come back for further hearings. You said you had jury trials, Mr. Morford, in December?
A couple, yes, Your Honor.
What's those days?
The 2nd and 3rd. The 20th.
Okay, let's do the 9th then. Next hearing for Mr. Wells will be December 9th for a pretrial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good luck to him. Yes, sir. Thank you, Lord.
State of Ohio versus Marion Holland, case number CRB 2332. Marion Holland.
This is Mr. Morford's case. This was a case my note said would be dismissed if there was no further problems. Costs were paid and the defendant didn't have to appear. I don't see the costs have been paid and the defendant has not appeared.
I don't have any information for the court, Judge. We've not had any contact with him.
State want a warrant then?
Yes, Your Honor.
The eventual warrant issued for failure to appear.
State of Ohio versus David Vance, case number CRB 24401.
Mr. Morford's case is also a 90-day case with costs.
Judge, he's not able to pay costs in full at the present time. I think he said he'd make a $25 payment today.
And then the rest can be paid in 2 weeks' time.
In 2 weeks, he will be able to satisfy the rest.
Okay, let's set it for December the 9th. State still willing to dismiss on payment of costs on this case?
And this is Mr. Vance.
David Vance.
Yeah.
And so, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, December the 9th, you don't have to appear as long as you pay the court costs off and you don't have any further problems that have come up. December 9th at 10 o'clock is the next meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Stephen Wilson, case number CRB 24172, A and B.
Stephen Wilson is pre-trial as Mr. Morford's case. Okay, so he's maybe halfway through or around there.
He has a little over 60 days with us, so he's stating that he wants to do the 90 and then move to Kentucky.
Okay.
if that's okay with you.
My parole officer wants a completion letter too, so I figured to see if I could get y'all agree with that, and then I can go back to Kentucky, or I'm on probation.
What's the state's position?
If that sounds like a good plan to everybody, it's okay with us.
Ms. Carter's okay with that?
Stephen's doing well.
Good.
He is, Your Honor. He's done very well. Even with his medical issues that he had about a month ago, he's done fantastic.
Good. So we're about 30 days in from here. So come back around that time frame?
Yep.
December 9th would be right before. So we'll set that, December 9th. Okay, good job, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, and the protection order, we want to withdraw that too.
Okay.
For both victims. The other victim is that Stephen's brother?
It's my son,
Oh, your son.
brother-in-law,
Okay.
he's disabled.
And she's requesting that both of them be dismissed.
All right, I'm withdrawing the protection orders at her request.
And what day are we coming back, Your Honor?
The 9th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Barry Jones, second, case number TRD 183540. Barry Jones, second.
Your Honor, this is a matter we have continued several times. Mr. Joe was attempting to get his driver's license back and had been making some progress on that, but does not appear to be here today. He's been pretty good about attending lately. Now, I will admit that this is an older case, that he disappeared for a period of time and then came back in, and we got him back onto the docket and moving. With the fact that he's been attending faithfully recently, I would ask to have the opportunity to continue this matter and get him in here prior to the issuance of a warrant.
Well, I suspect the reason is because he's got a bond with Mr. Sellers now.
Well, that's an even better reason that if I could get a continuance, I bet Mr. Sowers can make sure he gets here.
What's the state's position?
I know he's been faithful recently on 9/13, and I don't know if he was in jail that day or not, but
Since he got arrested in May, he was here June 14, September 13, and so he's been here twice.
that's, in Mr. Steyer's mind, that's faithful.
Well, there's a saying, once is never, twice is always.
I've never heard that, so.
Something happens once, it never happens. Twice, it always happens.
So we would suggest that if he's not here, it's within 7 days, that it'd be a...
Well, I'll have to let Mr. Sowers know.
Oh, yeah.
And once he's released, he's released.
That's a good one, too. I've never heard that one, but that's...
Well, Mr. Sowers doesn't go halfway. When he knows they don't show up, he's gonna go do what he does to get them. He doesn't just make a HA effort. So I will text him. So I would suggest if you got a contact with Mr. Joe, you tell him to get in here unless he wants Mr. Sowers breathing down his neck.
That's what I'm going to do, Your Honor.
So I will issue a warrant today and do a bond forfeiture for December 9th.
State of Ohio versus John O. Turman, case number CRB 24659.
Pretrial, it's Mr. Cyrus' case.
I'm sorry? Okay. Your Honor, I think, I got an offer from the state. I've communicated to my client. He'd like to have a chance to give that a little bit of thought before making a final decision. So I think it'd be worth doing one more pre-trial before we set this matter for a trial.
Do you have a preference as to the date?
Does Friday or Monday matter to you? No, Fridays. We'd like a Friday. I'm not here next Friday. I'm here, well, I'm actually, I guess the 29th, we're probably not having court, so I'm not here again on a Friday till the 13th, but that doesn't seem too long anyway, I don't think, so I'd ask for...
That's getting pretty busy. How about the 20th?
20th would be fine, Your Honor.
December 20th.
State of Ohio versus Trevor Dement, case number CRB 24344, CRA 23514, CRA 23380, CRB 21167, CRA 2321, CRB 2322.
So I spoke with Trevor's counselor yesterday, and she said that they're really worried about Trevor because he hasn't been attending his appointments or anything like that, and obviously he's not here today, and he's been putting it off, so I'm not sure where he is, but...
I'll issue a warrant. He doesn't, unfortunately, he doesn't have anything but an OR bond though. So, yeah. This warrant will be issued.
I'll try to get a hold of him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus David Dillon, case number CRA 19340, Mr. Paul's case.
Mr. Hall's case.
Apologize, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, I've prepared an entry that Mr. Hill has signed.
Okay. Your motion will be approved. Do you want to take this? Sure. You're up.
State of Ohio versus Casey Lynn Blevins, case number CRA 24487, CRB 24488. That's Roger Smith's case.
Yesterday.
I'm going to order Ms. Blevins to go ahead and get a screen today.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus Einer Smith, case number CRA 24621.
This is Tyler Smith's case, preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, the applicant.
Yeah. Was this done in conjunction with OVP, or how did this come about?
No, sir, I put myself in treatment. I realized that everything was starting to fall apart and I needed to get into treatment.
Okay, you were at OVP, weren't you?
I was at OVP, yep, but they will not.
Doing outpatient at Proctorville.
Okay.
And they wouldn't let, they won't let me continue like OVP treatment while I'm in Harmony Ridge because they already have a therapist and psychiatrist and nurses and all that. So that's why.
You're inpatient?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm inpatient, yes, sir. And so that's why I did the follow-up with OVP when I get out, so that I can still have that kind of support, you know? So.
And Your Honor, to help things out, I've talked with Mr. Heald. I think there's going to be a change of plea today, but I think it's based on the charges originally a felony, but it's going to be amended to a misdemeanor. And then he will continue with his treatment and delay sentencing at a later date.
And if I may speak, I can also, in Harmony Ridge, I can also do parenting and anger management classes and get certificates for those. I can bring those for you once I complete the inpatient program.
Okay. So the state's, I'm assuming, amending this to an M1?
That's correct, Your Honor. And we would suggest a delay in sentencing to allow him to continue to be successful, make good decisions, and we won't ask for actual jail time if he is.
Okay. Sounds good.
So at this point, provisionally, the case is amended to domestic violence M1, right? It's already domestic violence, it's a felony. And the defendant's entering a plea, he's going to continue on with, I'm not going to sentence him, I'm just going to delay sentencing and see how he does. And the state's recommending no jail time if he's successful.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so you'll be going back to the VP once you finish Harmony?
Yes, I would like some support when I get out still, you know what I mean? Like, I think someone to talk to would be very beneficial to me still, so.
There may be a release date mentioned in that letter.
There is.
So it should be around the 1st of December, apparently.
So I would ask to come maybe after he's done with Harmony Ridge.
December 9th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Next hearing will be December 9th.
Just before you do Harmony Ridge, have them get you scheduled then.
Already did.
Okay.
Well, I think it's the same.
Okay, perfect.
At 10 a.m., sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Chaz A. Eastep, CRA 21771, CRA 21772.
Good report.
He's doing very well, Your Honor.
And he was one, there had been, oh, okay, you're here. We've been discussing about QRT. So.
Yes, Your Honor, he's in QRT, he's doing well.
All right, so at this point, do we want to dismiss it to QRT?
It's a 2021 case, I believe, and he's doing well, so we're with dismissing it.
All right, cases will be dismissed to QRT to handle. So as long as you're compliant with them, you won't be involved with this court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Jesse Devaney, case number CRB 24-166A and B, CRB 24-167.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Good job.
May I approach?
Yeah. Got a job now. Great.
Thank you.
Very good. So we've been at this, what, 7 months or so?
It's been quite a while, Your Honor, and
Since April.
yeah.
State's position.
We spoke with, I guess it's his mother, Lavana,
Yes, sir.
and she says he's doing great, so that's good to hear. We want him to finish, we don't want him to, we want to make sure he gets through the program. I think maybe he's been in Texas working, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So I don't know how that,
I
Goes
completed
with
it inpatient one,
Yeah,
but I
he's
still
doing
do outpatient.
inpatient and he's doing outpatient. They do telehealth and he can go in person whenever he's in town and things like that.
And Your Honor, once we get to the point of outpatient treatment, not to say it's not so much that it's, not as important, but I think that also doesn't necessarily have an end date. Like inpatient treatment, we know, well, that's aims at being X amount of time. The outpatient, kind of goes
It
as
could go forever.
long as he feels he needs the
Yeah.
help and is willing to take the help. So I don't know that completion at this point is really even what we want. We don't necessarily want him to complete treatment, we want him to continue treatment.
But we do know time in recovery is important, and I feel like people probably will continue to go to outpatient if they know the court's going to be looking over their shoulder. Whereas if they have to rely just on themselves to get themselves there, yes, that's what they should do, but will they do it? I don't know. And we also know he doesn't even have a year clean yet.
Yeah.
We also know statistically, a year clean, 50-50 chance of relapse a year. So the longer he's in recovery, the better his chances are he's going to stay in recovery. Time in recovery is very important. So, now, that's my little sermon. I mean, we can't keep people for 7 years, which gets you to 90%. That's just impractical, but time is important. So, I guess I say all that to say I think we should continue to monitor. Now, maybe he doesn't have to come back as often, but I think it's good that he knows the court's looking over his shoulder to make sure he's doing what he needs to.
What sort of a time frame are you looking at, Your Honor?
A couple months.
So that puts us into mid-January. My calendar is remarkably clear in January, so.
How about the 17th?
That'll work.
Okay, next hearing is January 17th. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Just want to make sure you keep it up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Keep going, man.
State of Ohio versus Billy E. McKenzie, request number CRA 24497, A and B.
And we have sort of a co-defendant on this one in McClone.
What's the name?
Virginia McClone. State of Ohio versus Virginia McClone, case number CRA 24498, A and B.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh. His reports were good. Yeah, I was in a trial. You're not here today. That's good. Everything will be good there?
Oh, I got it.
Restoring health, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we also have a representative here from the treatment agency.
Okay. Well, I didn't have a whole lot of time to go through and look at what those reports said, but apparently they're
Well, I've seen Mr. McKenzie's and it was positive.
Yeah, Virginia's was positive also.
Your Honor, they're both on that medication approval with our agency,
Okay.
and it's per prescribed, per our PA.
And these are, they're doing outpatient, right?
Yes, sir, they are. They're
Let's
receiving
do-
both
let's-
pain
I might have them do
services.
screens here for the court today.
All right.
Let's do screens and have them hang out.
Go.
We'll go to probation.
You go.
State of Ohio versus Dakota Neff, case number CRA 24685. Your Honor, you have to let that go.
Half or no? Half. Code and F will be dismissed because he's been picked up by Gavin County.
State of Ohio recalls Casey Lynn Blevins, case number CRB 24488, A and D, and CRA 24487.
You seen the results?
Yes.
Did you have a prescription for buprenorphine? Yes. Okay. So we can live with it?
So things have
It's
improved.
much better than
yes.
11.4.
Very much better, yes, Judge.
Yes.
Okay, we'll continue on then. That was the agreement. Um, 3 to 4 weeks, what's your schedule?
I could do the 13th, 16th, or 20th of December.
16th.
That'd be fine.
December 16th is the next hearing.
At 10.
10 o'clock, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Joshua Gargison, case number PRC 24746, A and B.
It's all right. This is the gentleman who's,
We already did.
this is just his treatment.
They just asked us to check up.
What do you want to do?
I just heard.
He's doing treatment.
Where's he at?
Appointment at agency. He's in Wisconsin. He travels. Arkansas. He's doing
So, Your Honor, this is the sentencing that Mr. Garbison continues to work, but his CDL license has been suspended. He's got to wait, I believe, 2 years to get that back in Missouri.
Would this be his second offense? or-
Yes, Your Honor. We're completing, doing the treatment in hopes of reaching a more favorable resolution for Mr. Garbison, especially considering that this is his only connection to this area. He was here for a job for several months and has since moved out. He travels to do railroad jobs.
Mr. Hill?
I believe this will be the second time we've been here for sentencing.
Well, let's see, plan of action is to continue this line of work until discharge at no less than 8.5 in all areas. So he still has work to do, and it looks like he is making an effort at this time, so we're satisfied for the time being that he's doing what we want him to do. And we're okay with continuing on.
We want to come back maybe 3 months to see if maybe at that point, I think he might be wrapping up.
It's okay with us.
Whatever you think, Your Honor, that's just a suggestion.
Okay, let's do February 7th.
Okay.
February 7th, 10 o'clock for sentencing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue with your counsel, Mr. Garbus.
State of Ohio recalls Donald Knight, case number TRC 24750. Mr. Stein's case.
Your Honor, this is one we discussed earlier today. Mr. Knight appeared in person, but indicated that he had COVID. We asked to continue the case to the 27th, I'm sorry, I misspoke. And which we done by entry, we didn't proceed yet for signature, though, if you wanted to have Mr. Knight screened. I guess the screen was considered acceptable, so he was sent on his way, and I have
I don't have the screen.
Oh, I don't know if Mr. Major even wrote it up, but Mr. Major screened him and told me that he was okay.
Yeah, it's July 1st.
So we reset this for the 27th.
All right, case is continued at defendant's request to November 27th.
Your Honor, we do have some screens right here.
Okay.
This is a different
Is this Mr. Knight?
No.
Oh, okay. Misunderstood, okay.
Excuse me.
State of Ohio recalls Billy McKinney, case number CRA 24497 A and B.
I take it that that was Mr. McKenzie's screen.
It's correct. Buprenorphine.
And I believe he is prescribed.
All right, and when we talked about
The other matter hasn't been set because her screen isn't in yet. Might be worth just calling them at the same time.
all right, we'll wait for hers to set both cases.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Victoria Ford, case number CRB 24667. Sorry, this is an arraignment.
All right, ma'am, you're Victoria Ford. Ms. Ford, you're charged with disorderly conduct. It's a minor misdemeanor. No jail time on this charge. It's alleged that at Windsor Township on October the 6th, you recklessly caused inconvenience, annoyance, and harm to others by engaging in fighting, threatening, harm to other persons or property, being violent or turbulent. You understand the charge? Yes?
Yes.
I've explained the rights of the defendant several times. Are you sure when I did that? Do you understand your rights? Do you have any questions about your rights?
No,
How do you plead this?
not guilty.
And I think there was another lady, I assume these were
Yeah,
at the same time.
Yeah,
And I
it's
set
okay.
her for trial on December, was it the 6th? I think it was the 6th. No, I don't remember.
Rice.
Yeah, there's one trial set on December the 6th. Is that it? So I can look at the affidavit and see.
Her name? Melinda Rice.
Yes, that's it. So I'm going to say them both at the same time. So December the 6th for trial at noon. You're welcome to have a lawyer. I can't appoint one because you're not in danger of going to jail. You can only get a court-appointed attorney and go to jail. You can hire a lawyer if you want. You don't have to. If you want to call witnesses, you can have them subpoenaed through the clerk, or it'll be set for trial that day, and I'll hear the evidence in and make a decision. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
December 6th at noon.
Where is that file?
State of Ohio versus Alec Berry, case number TRC 24611, TRC 23957, A and B. Alec Berry, that's Mr. Tyler Smith's case.
Set for sentencing. He has been at RRS.
Your Honor, he completed treatment on October 1st.
Okay. So we're ready to sentence on this?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's two, right?
Can I have a second? I have one.
Well, one's already been sentenced. It's 24-611.
Okay, I have that one.
There was a 23-957, which is pretty close in time.
And it looks like the D case is not, well, no, it was 23-957 has been, maybe just for a review on that case there.
July of 2023. Done his community service and paid some on his fine. So this is not quite a year later. So what's the state's recommendation?
Well, this is a physical control. I believe it was charged as a physical control. One of the things that, is an issue here is the refusal.
It's a physical control, not an operating, it looks like.
So whatever enhancement that the court would impose because of the refusal, we would be in favor of that. He's been in treatment, and that's a good thing, so that goes on the other side of the scale. Don't really have any specifics as far as a recommendation, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith.
Your Honor, he has successfully completed treatment over a month ago. Obviously, there is that refusal component, so we'd ask the court to sentence accordingly. I believe that any jail time be suspended, and at that point, I don't know how much community service will be necessary. Based on it is a It's not an OVI, but
All right, Mr. Berry, you have a right to make a statement if you wish. Do you have anything you want to say?
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to go to treatment. My life is exponentially better now than it was when I first came in here, and I would just like to thank you for that opportunity.
Glad you've profited from that. That's, and my goal was that down the road this doesn't happen anymore. If you need to make some changes, that you would do that.
Your Honor, he did very well in treatment, took advantage of every opportunity afforded to him.
Okay. All right, I'll impose a $300 fine. Order you to pay court costs, 10 days in jail suspended. I'll order you to do 18 hours of community service, so it's 3 days community service. 2 years of level 5 probation, so it'll be non-reporting probation. Set a review hearing, because he still has some fine to pay on the OVI, so we won't go that far out. Let's set it in December 30th for a review hearing on both of these. Needs to see Mr. Major in the probation office before he leaves.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Virginia Malone, case number CRA 24498 A and B. And State of Ohio versus Billy McKenzie, case number CRA 24497 A and B.
Okay, they're both the same.
okay.
So that's good. Good. December 30th
Yes.
for the next hearing.
30. All right.
December 30th will be your next hearing.
Yeah, don't please, I need to get your sign for them, please. Just give me a signature right here. Right there. All right, thank you. That's all right. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Freddie Atkins, case number CRB 23437, CRB 23631.
Your Honor, he couldn't pay the remaining, I think, court costs on this case, so he appeared today, of course. He just needs more time to do that.
State, agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much time do you need?
Another month be fine.
Another month, Your Honor.
December 16th.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Michael Johnson, case number CRB 24323. Michael Johnson.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show up. Apparently he's got a mark out of common, please. You can bring him here Monday and we can check with the common police too and see what they want to do. I guess that's fair to the victims who, I'll let them go ahead and put on their evidence. I mean, he bought He's not here, but
Is there somebody here from Michael Johnson's case?
The victim's dad.
Yeah. What's his name?
Okay.
Is Michael Johnson Senior?
It's Michael D. Johnson.
Michael D.
Okay, so he's not here. I don't know whether it's time for it or not. Whether
Yeah,
it's
I
set
mean,
for
it was-
noon.
it
It's already
was-
afternoon, so.
Yeah, either way. So I'll just issue a warrant for Michael Johnson. You plan on bringing him Monday?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I won't be here on Monday,
Oh.
but I'll have somebody cover
Let's do it
that.
next Friday.
Okay, that's right.
And I won't issue a warrant, and I'll just continue this to Friday, the 22nd.
Okay.
For sentencing.
Awesome.
State of Ohio versus James Sarton, case number TRC 24897, A, B, and C.
It's Mr. Stratton's case for sentencing.
Thanks to the afternoon. I'm behind 4 hours. I'll be out town all week working.
I'll have you.
I got court, or not court, I got group today and Monday.
Okay. Do you have an updated report from ARC there, Your Honor? They were supposed to fax that in.
I do not. Well, it's November the 8th. It's the date of this report.
Yeah, that would be the,
Man, we sent another one.
So it's a week ago.
that'd be the latest. Our last time we were here back in October 11th, I think it was.
Right.
So yeah, that's the latest report. They just sent it a little earlier than they should have.
Screens were good.
Yeah, you say you've been working a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I work out of town. I'm supposed to be in town this week, hopefully though.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
What's your schedule out of town?
Monday to Thursday.
It's a sentencing, Your Honor.
Okay, looks like he's got group today, right?
He does, yes.
At 1 o'clock.
All right. We'll get him out of here for that
All right.
and continue this
Yes.
for another day. December 16th,
Yes.
Can you make it Friday, please?
20th,
Thank you.
December 20th for
All right,
sentencing.
there you go. You're good to go? Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
State of Ohio versus Eric C. Workman, case number TRC 241384, A, B, and C.
Mr. Stratton's case, sentencing. Yeah.
Cancel or something.
Oh, okay.
She called me this morning to pick it up.
Oh. Yeah. Why would they send a different?
I didn't get one for him, so I just looked at his thing and typed it up.
I'll do that. I'll try.
That's not a good report.
He has one here, they just didn't include the results
That's
of his
right.
screens, so. He is attending his appointments, he's just still using, I believe.
Yeah, he's tested positive for fentanyl and cocaine. Do we have We should have the results back on his urine. Is that in the file? Urine results.
He's attending all of his appointments, he just needs to stop using substances or he's gonna have to go inpatient.
Yeah, so I can tell him I can't serve out here next week.
It's just, it's,
Easier to get away from everybody.
I think if you're not able to stop using, you need to think about going to detox, even if it's just 7 to 10 days.
That's what I was talking about. Just last week,
It's hard to stop using.
especially when you're around everybody.
We'll have to do a look at
Get that for the next time. He obviously needs to continue and come back sooner than later.
Yes. Yeah, this is
The 9th that you're not available,
the 9th, yes.
2nd,
Second.
December 2nd.
Yes. December 2nd.
I'll be there next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right, thanks, Brian.
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jared Donahue, case number TRD 171089.
This is for sentencing, and Mr. Donahue, I believe you're trying to get your license, or?
Yes. Which I can pay my fines today and then start taking care of the community service. We've been shorthanded at work, so
Okay, you're paying it off?
I can pay the whole thing now.
Your Honor, I have a note that Mr. Donahoe was ordered on October 15th to have some community service done before his next hearing.
Okay, let's say you about that, sir.
Yeah, they work, I had a couple people leave work and it's forced me to work extra shifts. I've got a couple people coming in, we're in the background onboarding process of which I can actually start getting it taken care of.
Okay, give me a date when you're going to be here.
What days do you have available? Any day there?
Any day but Sunday.
Any day but Sunday? I can do next Wednesday, I believe.
Okay, so that's going to be the 20th?
Yes.
Okay, we got you down for the 20th. See the clerk to pay your fines off. And I'll set your next hearing for December 20th. If everything's completed, you don't have to show up.
Okay.
December 20th, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Elijah Mills, case number TRD 222577.
This is for sentencing. On in place. Just paying off your fines. You have a payment.
I do not have a payment today, Your Honor, but I've been making payments every month.
Okay, so you're gonna make a payment this month?
Yes, sir?
Starting to run out of time. When are you gonna pay it?
I'm hoping to have it completely paid off before the end of the year, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll set it for December 30th. If you got it paid off, you don't have to be here. If you haven't paid it off, you gotta be here.
Yes, sir.
10 o'clock, December 30th. That's about as the end of the year as you can get.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Sean Owens, case number TRD 171710 A and B. Sean Owens.
Set for sentencing, Sean Owens. Has a bond up, hasn't appeared. So there's going to be a warrant issued. Notifying Mr. Savage.
The last one we did was,
Yeah, that's fine. So, December 9th.
State of Ohio recalls Charles Frick, case number TRC 24-1281, A and B.
Okay, this is, was called earlier for a review, and is it Fricky or Frick?
Fricky.
Fricky. He's not here then, he's here now. This is on an OVI. I did get a report from Lawrence County Recovery saying that you were doing pretty well. You have a payment on your funds?
I get paid today, but I'm not sure what, if any, I can pay today. To be honest with you, I haven't seen what my check's going to be, but I did do some community service.
When can you do some community service?
Well, I did some community service at the tunnel thing a couple weekends ago.
I don't have proof of it, Your Honor.
Okay, you gotta get us.
How do I get the proof?
Where did you do that?
At the tunnel?
The haunted tunnel in
Yeah.
Ironton?
Yeah.
Who did you do it with down there?
It was a little blonde-haired lady. I don't know her name. I mean, I actually have pictures of
I had
it.
nothing to do with that down there, Your Honor.
Okay, you didn't approve it in advance?
No.
Okay.
Well, he told me I could do it at the
Well, you
window.
gotta talk to Mr. Major then. But you gotta get some proof in here that you did it. You just can't show up and say, yeah, I did it.
Well, obviously, I mean, I got...
Sir,
Yes, sir.
you do not talk while I'm talking.
Sorry.
In the back.
Just wait, sir.
State of Ohio versus John W. Nunley, case number CRB 24-471.
Mr. Stratton's case is set for trial today.
I guess we're going forward with the trial, Your Honor.
Mr. Hill.
We're prepared to go forward, Your Honor.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Off the chair, yeah.
Okay.
We're ready.
Your Honor, we waive an opening.
Okay.
We'll waive too.
We'll call Ashley Sword.
Ma'am, if you come up to the first tier there on the raised platform, before you sit down, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated, ma'am.
Ashley, tell the court your name.
It's Ashley Sword.
Do you live at 209 Township Road 250 in
Yes, I do.
South Point?
Yes, I do.
And now, who owns the house that you live in?
I do.
It's your parents' house?
It was my parents, but they're deceased.
Okay. So who lives there with you?
My child, Zaylee Nunley.
Your Honor, I'll move for a separation of witnesses.
Too late. Go ahead.
On July the 22nd, 2024, did you make a complaint to the Lawrence County Sheriff about a domestic violence situation?
Yes, I did.
Are you the one that called? Did you
I?
make
Yes.
the call? And did that involve John Nunley?
Yes, it did.
Is John Nunley in the courtroom? And if he is, can you point to it?
Yes, he is. He's right over there.
Record will point to the defendant.
Now, what's your connection to John Nunley?
He's my kid's dad, and we was together from 2009 until this following year.
And what is your daughter's name?
Zaylee Nunley.
On July the 22nd of this year, was John Nunley living with you?
No, he was not.
Where was he living?
He was living around the ridge from me in the house that we was buying on Lane Contract.
So you and he together were
Yes.
buying? And is that pretty close to your house?
Yes, it is.
And on that day, did he come to your house?
Yes, he was dropping off our daughter, Zaylee Nunley.
Okay. And at that time, was there a physical altercation between you and Mr. Nunley?
Not at that given moment, but when we went down to the garage is when everything escalated.
Okay. So explain what happened?
He came in, he was dropping Zaylee Nunley off. He asked me if he could get some of his stuff out of the garage, so we went down there. He was on one side of the garage, I was on the other. He backed his car up to the garage to put some of his stuff in there, and he was talking about Zaylee Nunley's trampoline. I said, I'll be out there to get it. And he said, no, you won't be. He said, you left the property and left the stuff up here, you're not getting it. And then he came at me, ended up choking me, and my daughter, Zaylee Nunley, got in the middle of us trying to get him off from me. I got out of it, was walking outside the garage, was yelling at my neighbor, couldn't get a hold of him. So I pulled out my phone, he grabbed my phone, went to go bust it. Zaylee went to go up to him to get my phone. I told her, said, no, just run to the neighbors. And that was when he went to go, he threw me my phone back and said, that's it, bitch, I'll put you in the ground.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
What was it? He said, that's it, bitch, I'll put you in the ground.
Okay, I didn't hear that last one.
I need the sticker that says. Okay. So did he actually put his hands on you?
Yes, he did.
And did he cause any physical injuries to you?
He put a bruise on me that I have pictures proof of.
I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 1 and ask you, well, there's actually 3 pictures here.
Yes.
Were they all taken at the same time?
No, they was all taken different times. It was every day up to the bruise left.
Okay. So I would like for you to describe what is there.
There's a bruise by my neck where he went to go put his hands on me and choke me.
Is that 3 different pictures from 3 different days?
Yes.
And these are fair and accurate representations?
Yes.
Could you kind of maybe show the judge how he was putting his hands on you?
He came up to me and he went like this and grabbed me by the neck, and I told him to stop and get off my property, and he wouldn't leave.
I want to ask the Exhibit 1 to be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted. And it's marked as 1.
Yes. Did this all take place at the residence that you live at in South Point?
Yes, it did.
You gave me some other pictures. Those basically show the same thing.
Yeah, it was the pictures. I literally took a picture every single day of the bruise until it left.
Now, was there anybody there to witness all this?
Yes, Zaylee Nunley was in there with us.
Have you had other prior incidents like this with
Yes,
him?
I have. I just never reported it, and that's when I told him I just wanted to leave him and be done, and
Sustained.
Now, you called for the sheriff deputy to come that day, right?
yes, I did.
And when the sheriff deputy got there on the 22nd of July, did you tell him at that time you didn't want to make a statement?
Yes, because I was fearing that, like, something else would go on that night, and, like, they kept on trying to tell me that it wouldn't, but to make sure that if I changed my mind to go the next morning to go and file, and I did, because my daughter was like, Mom, it's enough. And I was like, yes, it is enough, like, I can't keep on letting him get by with it.
Did you go and make a report the next day?
Yes, I did.
And did you also get a civil protection order?
Yes, I did.
Did the court grant that?
Yes, he did.
Was that the next day?
Yes. And I followed every step that he told me to take.
Have you had any problems since then?
He lives on the same road as us. The other day, he went out and blew his horn. But I don't know if that was not our daughter because she was outside too, so. And then, following before that, the sheriffs was going out. 2 sheriffs went out, and then he was behind them and he ran up his engine. I was the only one that was outside at that point.
During the course of when he strangled you and whatnot, were you on the ground at some point?
No, I was not. He just told me that he would put me in the ground.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examined.
Yes, Your Honor. So how far is the garage from your residence, your house?
Not very far at all. It's just maybe not even 10 feet.
10 feet? Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's on the
It's a detached garage?
Yeah, like it's not distraction. I live in a trailer and then it's just right here.
Oh,
Like
okay.
you step off the porch and go.
All right, so he pulled up to the trailer?
He
on that
pulled
day?
up into the trailer and then backed his car down to the garage to get his stuff out.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So you say he was dropping off his daughter that day?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Where did she go when he dropped her off?
She was right there with us. She walked down to the garage with us. And when I told her to go over to the next door neighbor's house, that's when she ran over to the next door neighbor's to get him.
Okay. Have you discussed this situation with your daughter?
No, I'm not like afterwards, because her counselor asked me to stop talking to her about it because she's been terrified about it and no longer want to talk about it.
You just say your counselor told you to stop talking to her about it.
To mean in that, like, not, like, after I told her counselor everything and her counselors went through it, she said I advise not to talk about anything that occurred or even his name.
So
And
did-
that's when I stopped.
So did
Like,
you
after
talk, did you mention anything to her about this incident?
Not after the cops and stuff showed up and we went to the protection order.
Okay. Did,
What's
and you-
her, how do you spell her name? Zaylee?
Zayleigh.
Zaylee.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking you were saying Zayleen. but-
Zaylee.
Zaylee, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ron. So you were at the garage, okay, where were you standing at the garage?
I was he was on the far side, I was on this side of the door. There's a big garage opening door and then I was on this side.
Okay, where was your daughter at?
She was right in between, like, the middle of us, like, middle ways of the garage.
Okay, what was the discussion while you guys were in the garage?
About her trampoline and me getting her trampoline off from the property.
Specifically?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then what occurred after that?
Then after that, he started in on me and came running at me. He had his fist balled up, and then he ended up grabbing me and choking me.
Show us how he grabbed you.
He went like this.
So did he grab you or did he choke you?
He went like this and put his hands around me like he was choking me with one hand.
Okay, okay. Did you do anything or say anything to him prior to that?
No, I did not.
Okay, did you do anything or say anything to him after that?
No, I have not. The only thing I said, I was going to get her trampoline, and that's when he got violent with me, and I told him, just get off my property, dude.
Okay. Your daughter lives with you, correct?
Yes.
You have custody of her?
Yes.
All right.
And we have child, he's supposed to be paying child support.
Okay, I
And
didn't ask you about child support, I'm asking you about custody.
Yes, like, I
You
don't
have
know,
custody,
like,
correct?
we never went for it. The only thing we went for is a child custody, or
Visitation?
the child support.
Okay. Is there a visitation order of any kind?
The judge told him at child support that he would have to motion for it.
Okay. Do you allow your daughter to see him?
If she wants to, but that's with her, like, she can see him if she wants to, but she has every right to do anything. She has her own phone to talk to him, and when he has talked to her, it's been nothing but court.
Okay.
How old's your daughter, man?
She's 12.
And it's his daughter too, right?
Yes. Yep.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hill,
We don't have any further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
you can step down now.
We'll call Zaylee Nunley.
Come up to where your mom was sitting. Before you sit down, raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated. Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Zaylee. You are Zaylee Nunley, right? And do you live with your mom in South Point?
Yes.
You remember back in July, there was a incident there at your mom's house in the garage involving your mom and your dad? You understood today that you'd be asked to swear to tell the truth, and you wouldn't say things to favor one of your parents over the other, would you?
No.
And you understand that me and your mom had a discussion about whether it would be a good thing for you to testify.
Yeah.
And you're okay with it today? You remember an incident between your mom and your dad, there was a little bit of violence involved?
Yes.
And did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
Were you with your dad earlier in the day,
Yeah.
and then you went back home, and then you all were in the garage? Tell the court what happened.
Well, he came to drop me off, and then we went inside the house, and he asked my mom, can he get some of his stuff out of the garage? And we all went out to the garage, and he backed up his car to the garage and put some of the stuff up into his car, and then he was talking with trampoline, and my mom was wanting to see if she could bring it up to the house, and then he got like a very angry attitude, and he came at her and put his hand on her neck and choked her.
Is there something about her phone also?
Yeah.
What happened to the phone?
He grabbed, whenever she was going to call our neighbor or the police, he grabbed her phone and tried to break it.
Now, did you do something because of all this happening? What did you do?
I was trying to get her phone back, and then she was telling me, no, just go to the neighbors and try to get them out.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Now, did it surprise you to see your dad angry like that?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did you understand the question? Well, I didn't hear your answer.
He has done stuff like this before.
Now, after it was over, did you say anything to your mom about what she should do?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, you just need to stay as strong as you need to and try to stay away.
Did you encourage her to do anything? Did you say, Mom, you need to, what did you say?
I said, we need to not be with him anymore.
Okay. What happened to the phone?
He tried to break it, but my mom got it back and it was not broken.
And did she call the sheriff?
Yes.
Can you tell the court exactly what you saw him do to her? What you saw her father do to your mother?
He choked her.
Okay. Do it with your hand, what he did.
He grabbed her by the neck like this.
That's all I have.
Mr. Stratton, you can prosecute.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Is there a gentleman by the name of Robert Packer that comes around the house? Look at me. Don't look for it. Your Honor, instruct the witness to look at me for the answer, not her
She can
mother.
look wherever she wants.
Yeah. Is there a gentleman by the name of Robert Packer that comes around your house?
Yes.
Okay. Who is he to you?
A cousin.
A cousin? Okay. Is there any, have you ever seen any issues between your father and Robert Packer?
No.
Okay. How often is he around your house?
Not that much.
What's not that much?
I mean, he doesn't stay the night or anything like that, but he comes whenever he has a chance.
Okay, all right. Did your mom discuss this, this incident with you at any time?
No.
Okay. Did you discuss it with your counselor?
I mean, I said somewhat, like I've been like nervous and stuff.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Shields.
Mr. Stratton asked you about Mr. Packer.
Thacker.
Do you know Amy Dement?
Yes.
Who is Amy Dement to you?
I believe she is.
Objection.
Cousin?
You're related to her?
Yeah.
Okay. And is she
This
living?
is relevant as Packer, I guess, isn't it?
Well, he didn't object to that, Your Honor. I mean, he had that.
Okay, overruled.
Is she living with your father?
I believe so.
And has she been trying to have contact with you since this happened?
No.
No? Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
You can step down.
We rest, Your Honor.
Anything from the defendant?
Yeah, we'll call Mr. Nunley to the stand.
Come up, sir, and I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. Mr. Stratton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nunley, state your full name for the record.
John Wilbur.
Where do you reside? Where do you live?
26 Private Drive.
Okay. Where's that in relation to Ms. Swartz?
We was buying that property on a land contract, and she left me 2 years ago. When her parents passed away, and got a free place to live.
Okay, make sure you keep your voice up so we all can hear. So, that's near where she lives in the trailer?
Yeah, it's about a mile down the road.
Okay, all right. And you've had visitation with your daughter, correct?
No,
No, okay.
not since that day she started that.
Oh, but before that, you had me.
Once in a while, I just started getting her, and then that's actually what the argument was over, because she sat on the fun pair and I shouldn't have to see her.
Okay, so she was keeping you away from your daughter?
Yeah, she's always had it.
Okay, all right. Use her as a pawn against you?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So you went down to her house on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was the discussion you had with her that day?
I told her I didn't want her around Robert because he was a sex offender.
So she was allowing a sex offender around her daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Often?
Yeah.
All right.
I got videos and pictures of his car being there 24/7.
Okay. Is she in a relationship with this?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Is this guy supposed to be around children?
No.
Okay. All right. So what was she telling you about this guy being around her?
I just told her I didn't want Zayla around him and stuff. Then she started going off about the trampoline. I said, well, that's my property. You left it 2 years ago. You're not coming back on my property and start taking stuff after 2 years. And we just got into a heated argument. And I just told her to keep him away from my daughter. Because that ain't gonna happen.
Did she, so you asked her to keep him away from your daughter?
Yeah.
And what did she tell you?
She said it ain't gonna happen.
Okay. So she told you, as a dad, that she was gonna allow a sex predator around your daughter?
Exactly.
Around your 12-year-old daughter?
Yes.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Yield.
Is it true that you went to court about child support
Yes.
and your order to pay child support?
Yes.
And the judge told you if you want visitation, you got to do something, you got to ask the court for visitation?
Yes.
And you've never done that?
I actually texted Mr. Stratton and asked him what form I have to fill out to do that.
All right, but you've been separated, or not really the proper term, but you're not with her and haven't been for 2 years.
2 years.
Still haven't asked for visitation.
I've asked her personally, but I ain't went to court for nothing.
Okay. So when Mr. Stratton says that she uses Zaylee as a pawn, that's not really true, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your daughter doesn't want to see you now, does she?
Objection.
Yes, she does.
Okay. Even though she saw you strangle or choke her mother?
No, she didn't see that.
So you're saying your daughter's lying?
Yeah, they're both lying. They got put in her head. She's scared to death of her mother.
She's so scared to death of her mother that she insisted that she wanted to come and testify today. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Wow.
I was with her since 2009. If I was a beater or something, I've never been arrested for nothing. I've been with her since 2009. I've never been arrested for nothing. Never been in this courtroom for nothing other than this bullshit here.
Okay, in the back. You're in contempt.
Just walk out there.
That's all the questions I have of that witness.
Do you have another witness?
I do not, Your Honor. I was going to follow up with that stuff, but I mean, I don't, you want to give it a few minutes and I'll come back out?
Do we have another case? We got another case for you.
All right.
Take a recess on the memo case.
State of Ohio versus Charles Williams, case number CRB 24645.
This is set for trial today. Mr. Williams is here. Do you have counsel, sir?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
This is on disorderly conduct charge. The state still want to go forward with it?
Your Honor, there was another gentleman that was involved at the same time, and he was also charged with disorderly conduct, and we dismissed that case earlier on a different date, so we would do the same here.
Case dismissed, sir.
Oh, I got evidence and everything, Your Honor.
That's okay. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, court.
Thank you, prosecutor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Easton.
You have a good day, sir.
Let's let, you want to talk? Oh, that's not Mr. Gray. Okay, you can bring Mr. Ricky now.
State of Ohio recalls Charles Fricky, case number TRC 241281, A and B.
I'll stay up there. All right, Mr. Fricky, do you have anything you want to say? No, you were talking over me, trying to talk over me. Not a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we were talking about when you were going to get out here and do some of your community service, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said you did it at the Haunted Tunnel, but nobody gave you permission to do it at the Haunted Tunnel, did they? Did Mr. Major tell you you could do it here?
I asked him, and he said it would be okay because of some circumstance on this exact.
Well, let's get him in here. We need Mr. Major to come in.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. Your name? Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Fricky is saying that you gave him permission to do community service at the Haunted Tunnel. Do you recall if that's correct?
Well, I did not give him permission to do it there. He said he did it there, and I said that we would accept it if it was done through the Lions Club running it.
Okay. So we got to have some proof from the Lions Club that you actually did, and what hours you did, and what dates you did. So get that. You think you can get that from the Lions Club?
I'll do my best.
Okay. Or you can come here and do it, and it's going to be recorded when you do it here. So you understand what you need to do? Okay, I'll set your next hearing for December 30th. If you get everything done by then, you don't have to come. December 30th at 9 o'clock. He's free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, let's do Belinda Fuller next.
Okay.
Did you get a chance to talk to your guy? You want to talk to him?
Well, there's a developing situation.
Okay.
Maybe approach for a second?
Sure.
Right, that microphone, right there.
How long we got? If it gets here, that's all. In a given time.
All right.
State of Ohio versus Belinda Fuller, case number CRB 24624, CRB 21753.
Your Honor, if I may. After court, I was out in the lobby, and I started having a conversation with Ms. Fuller about the ankle monitor, and she stated to me that, tell Judge Capper I'd rather be in jail. And then she pulled out to the outside. I follow her out, and I try to explain to her about how passes work, and that on an ankle monitor, that they're not usually allowed, and she started cussing. I placed her in handcuffs and put her in the background.
Okay. Glenda, you're doing so well, you're so close to getting on the right track. Don't blow it up by something stupid. Do you really want to go to jail? Because I can make that happen if that's what you want. But your ankle monitor is going to be off and you're going to be in jail. That's not a smart move on your part.
I don't want to go back to jail. I just don't understand why I'm not getting credit for the month I did the other rehab.
Nobody's saying you're not getting credit. You are getting credit.
They said I did.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
quiet. Don't talk over me again. You wanted to take a pass on the 13th, and I said, no, we'll discuss it on the 16th, is when you're coming back. You got an ankle monitor on. I've got some memory, when you came in here, you know, you've got a nickname over in Cabell County, don't you?
No, sir.
You don't?
No.
Okay. But you've left treatment before. This is not the first time and it's not my first time. So, you've done well so far, and I think part of the reason you've done well is you are afraid to leave because you got this ankle monitor on. You getting clean is a lot more important than you getting a pass on the 13th. In fact, you getting a pass on the 13th is kind of dangerous because a lot of people mess up when they get passes because they go right back to the same people and places and environment where they were using before, and a lot of people can't say no, so they relapse when they get a pass. I don't want that to happen to you. You've got too much invested now. So, do you understand why? I mean, it's not I'm doing it to be mean to you. Eventually, you're going to get a pass. Because eventually, you got to take this with your learning and getting clean and getting in recovery and make it work out in the community. It may be that you have to break some of those ties with some of the old friends and family that drug you down before. That's part of this process too. That I don't think you're ready to go without a monitor on.
Your Honor, she just sometimes overreacts to disappointment.
Okay.
And I know she's been in one treatment facility and went to another one, and she had a huge amount of time under treatment without any pass, and she lashed out at that disappointment, and that's what happens sometimes. And we know Glenn does that, and she always regret doing that, and once she stepped away from it, say, I shouldn't have done that. And I think she kind of feels that way now, so.
Okay, I'll buy that, and we'll come back on the 16th. Keep doing what you're doing at treatment, and we'll revisit it on the 16th, whether you should get a pass then or not. But you're going to have the ankle monitor on.
And, Your Honor.
Yes.
On that day.
And they've got to tell us if they're going to try it,
Yes.
or they're going to have a plea, right? That's agreed.
Right, yes.
I made a note of that, plea or trial.
Yes, yes, yes.
So you need to talk to your lawyer about that.
Your Honor, she would like to say something.
On the case that you're talking about, I don't know which case that it was.
The plea or trial?
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
That's something you and Mr. Stratton need to discuss. All right, we're ready to reconvene Mr. Nunley's case after a brief recess.
Pull up one chair, Your Honor.
Yeah, he can come back out. And Mr. Nunley, you may join your counsel table. I found you in contempt. I'm delaying sentencing until conclusion of the case.
Your Honor, may I put him back on the stand?
Yes, you can retake the witness stand.
Please retake the stand.
You are still under oath.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
You can take the handcuffs off.
Mr. Nunley, you mentioned that you did not put your hands on Ashley Swords, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. Has your daughter ever in the past told you that Ashley made her or encouraged her to say certain
I'm going to
things?
object as hearsay, Your Honor.
Oh, wow.
Yes, she has. I've got video recordings.
You got recordings of that?
Yes.
How often does that happen?
I don't know, not very often.
Very often, okay. But you haven't had any discussions with your daughter since this incident?
No.
Okay.
I've texted her a few times, but she didn't want to talk to me.
Okay.
Unless I go to the canceling, so I agreed to go to the NICO and do canceling, but she still wouldn't take it.
Okay. Why do you think Ashley is making up these allegations against you?
I think it's all just jealousy.
Okay. Jealous of what?
Because I'm married to Amy.
Okay. Who is Amy to her?
Nothing.
Okay. Does she know Amy? Amy who, by the way?
Nunley.
Amy what?
Nunley.
Nunley? Okay. What's Amy's maiden name?
Dement.
Dement. Okay. All right. You recently got married?
Yeah.
Okay. And she's angry at that?
Yeah, she actually kicked her off my property a few months before that.
Okay, so Ashley's had
Yeah, she's got beef with Amy.
Okay, because Amy's in a relationship with you.
Yes.
Okay. Is the only way she can really get back at you is by turning your daughter against you?
I believe so.
Okay. And you have recordings of that again?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Healy.
So Amy, you're married to Amy Dement?
Yes, I am.
Was she ever married to Philip Thacker or just lived with
Objection.
him?
No, she wasn't even married.
Is he still in the picture?
Nope.
Are you related to Philip Thacker?
No.
You related to Amy Dement?
No.
Have you had Amy Dement try to talk to Zaley since this all started?
No, I told her don't make contact with her.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. Any other evidence?
Your Honor, I call Amy Nunley to the stand.
Ms. Nunley, come up. I'll swear you in. Just raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may be seated.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Amy Nunley?
Amy, are you Mr. Nunley's wife?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
Since August?
Since August, okay. Have you had problems with Ashley Swords before?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not relevant.
Okay. Sustained.
Yes.
Be more specific than that.
Okay, all right. You've been around his daughter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Has his daughter ever said that Ashley tried to convince her to either lie
Objection,
or
Your Honor, that
tell
would be
something
hearsay.
else?
Yes.
I'll allow it, but it's not very reliable evidence.
I know. Is there recordings of her saying that Ashley told her what to say in different occasions?
Yes.
Okay. What's the context of those recordings?
I have some recordings of her saying she's scared of her mother, that she has to say certain things regarding her father, or she'll be punished.
Okay. Certain things like what?
That she's not allowed to be near her father.
Is she punished for having interactions with her father?
Sometimes.
Okay. And she's conveyed this to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hill. But I noticed no recordings have been offered into evidence.
I don't have any questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we could not locate those recordings at the moment.
All right, you may sit down then. Any other evidence?
No, Your Honor, we'll rest.
Any rebuttal evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I find the defendant guilty of the charge. I'm going to delay sentencing on both that and the contempt. What I would like, I want him to go to counseling. I would like to see Zaylee go to counseling too. She doesn't have to, but he is your father. People make mistakes. I think he's made, probably, this isn't the first mistake he's made. We all make more than one, but he made a big one here. For your sake, I'm more interested in your sake than his, but, I mean, he's got an interest in this too. You want to have a relationship with your kids, but you not having a relationship with your father, I think, is going to cause problems down the road in your life. And it's not going to make it perfect if you have a relationship with him, but it's going to help. So I'd like to try to restore that if we possibly could.
I don't think he has any objection to counseling with her, Your Honor, at all.
So maybe we should start out separately, and then I'll just keep this pending.
Okay.
And he's got jail time hanging over his head that I can give him, and I don't have any compunction about giving it to him. But I'd like to see him try to restore this relationship. I'd like to see you try to restore it with him also. And let's come back and see where we are.
Where would you like him to, what would be the quickest?
Well, that's another issue. How can we get that done? What's his pay source?
You have a medical card?
Yes.
He has an Ohio medical card?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is substance use an issue with him?
No.
I have no idea. Like,
Well, you would have an idea. You were married.
I know, I wasn't married to him, I was just living with him, but I
Oh,
do
you
know
were
that
never
he
married?
used to do weed.
Okay.
I was never married to him.
Okay. Well, let's just focus more on anger management and this relationship with his child then. Is that anything that OVP can do, or?
I think our Ashland office offers anger management. I think that's the only one now.
Will they see somebody from Ohio?
They should, yeah.
Okay, so I want him,
Your Honor, just 1 second.
okay.
Your Honor, he currently goes to NECO.
NECO?
Yeah, what do you do at NECO?
Canceling and on medicine.
Counseling and what?
Canceling and I'm on medicine too.
Oh, he goes to counseling and he's on medication at NECO.
Okay, I mean, they do a lot of work with children.
I was going to say, she goes to NECO as well.
Okay. Well,
So it's just.
why don't we do this? Let's let things lay for a month, go counseling, discuss it, because I know she has a counselor.
Yeah.
Discuss this with your counselor. Hey, the judge has got this idea, he wants me to restore my relationship with my dad, maybe we can talk with him, let's see where it leads, and if we make some progress, and I want to come back, he's got to be here, you don't necessarily have to be here, but she's going to be in school, well, let's do it, I'm having a thought, let's do it when school's out for Christmas, we'll come back.
Your Honor, here's a couple of NECO letters.
Okay. So she doesn't have to miss school, where do you go to school?
Dawson Private Middle School,
Okay. What grade you in?
6.
6th grade. You're still at, well, I don't know, that may have graduated, but it used to be about 7th, 8th grade when you start to really know everything, and your parents don't know that much.
It's already started.
Okay. 6th grade, parents still know a little bit. So, Christmas is on Wednesday this year, so I think I got a pretty good idea that you're gonna be in school till the 20th, and then you'll be out probably for 2 weeks. Does that sound right?
Should be, yeah.
So we could come the 23rd, the 27th. Any of those dates work, Mr. Stratton?
Your Honor, I don't take 2 weeks off that period, so yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to do the 23rd?
December 23rd. I'm going to put it down as a sentencing hearing.
And we'll get another letter from NECO.
Now, in the meantime, do you want, he says he has texted you before. Do you want him to contact you or not contact you? It's up to you. I don't care one way or the other.
And if he wants.
Okay, you heard that. You should jump all over that.
I will.
Okay. Start maybe with just texting. How's that? Then if you want to talk to him, you have your own phone.
Isn't there a civil protection order?
There's a protection order only on me, not her.
Okay.
Okay, I was going to say I'll modify it to that extent. I don't know if I can, but I can until the Court of Appeal says I can't. Okay, so that shouldn't be a problem. Let's try
Judge, could I
that.
ask one thing though?
Yes.
With the texting, can he not talk court with her because that's what
Yeah,
it's been in the past?
let's not talk about anything, I want you to go into court and say that, let's leave this totally out. It's like, how was your day? I mean, what, are you doing any activities at school? What's going on at school? Stuff like that. We're not going to talk about this. All right, agreeable?
Yep.
Okay. December 23rd for sentencing.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Court is adjourned.